Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the speakers that are here today and the few at the moment guests. This is really, as it's turning out to be, a bit of a soft launch for hopefully what will be an annual conference to do with digital cultural heritage interpretation and relevant areas of 3D visualization and development work, immersive technologies, etc. So hopefully it will become a bit of a platform that we can all come back to each year and discuss what's going on with this very important growing industry. So our guest speakers, keynote speakers for today, and I'm not sure how many of you have been into Winchester to the 878 AD exhibition and tour, but these two people have had an awful lot to do with it. So they're hopefully, rather than me to say, they're going to describe what they've done with 878 AD. Thank you very much. This is Ryan Lavelle and Amy Jane. Thank you.
Okay, so you may be thinking, if you're not familiar with it, what is 878 AD? It's got some fantastic branding on it, for sure. But it is if this is going to work, it is going to work. That's exciting. It is a concept that fuses museum interpretation with a modern digital twist in order to recreate 9th century Winchester. It's a visitor experience of two halves. So you've got what would be a more traditional museum experience that's augmented with some wonderful technology. And then it's followed by a digital walking tour app that allows you to carry Anglo-Saxon Winchester in your pocket, which is just a fantastic thing. And the story revolves around the Battle of Edington, which was fought in May, this time sort of what's that, 1,000 years ago or so, this time in May 878. And it was between Alfred the Great, although he wasn't great at that point, perhaps this was the thing that made him great, and the Viking leader Guthrum. It was certainly, I think we'd like to let it be known a little bit more that this was a real turning point in the history of the British Isles. So here you've got a little image of what the main sort of museum experience looks like. And then a little sort of taster of the walking tour app. But how did it come to be? It's a fantastic project, and I think Ryan can give us some information about that.
Thanks, yes, yeah. So I've come to this from the perspective of being a historical advisor for the project, and I came to it with the experience of having provided consultancy historical advice for the Last Kingdom TV series a few years ago. The final bit of it was released quite recently, so that sort of put me in a good position for people to be interested in what I do and what I can provide. And I think synchronicity is really the sort of key point here, in that when Hampshire Cultural Trust was starting to think a few years ago, about 7 or 8 years ago, that really we need to do something in Winchester about the early medieval heritage of the city of Winchester, because Winchester's associated with Alfred, of course. We have the wonderful statue of Alfred, but visitors to Winchester. And I think, oh yeah, what is from the Anglo-Saxon period that we can kind of understand and visualize from the period, and that's the kind of problems that have been encountered. And they started to have regular meetings involving various people from Hampshire Cultural Trust, where they were discussing ways about representing the history of Winchester. And I've been invited to a number of these meetings. And this is synchronicity, really. This is around the same time Ubisoft had started to think about a new element in the Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Assassin's Creed video game series, and they contacted me. I think it was around 2018, asking if I could be involved to give some advice to some of the team on what was then a top secret project, and I was, I had to sign various NDAs, and the university had to kind of engage with the various non-disclosure agreements and get them seen by lawyers and things like that. So they asked me if I could provide some advice as to helping them to understand Anglo-Saxon Wessex in the 9th century. So the thing about Ubisoft is that they get in lots of different experts for different things. They had a Viking expert, they had a Scandinavian language expert, they had experts for other elements of early medieval Britain as well. So I was one of a number of people, unlike with the Last Kingdom, where I was the kind of main go-to person. But it made me feel very important, and it was pretty cool at the time. But I had to be really quiet about it. But at the same time, Hampshire Cultural Trust were kind of saying, "Oh, what can we do about Winchester here?" And I was like, okay. And at some point, because Hampshire Cultural Trust were kind of quite ready to discuss what they were doing, I was able to say to people at Ubisoft, look, I'm working with people at Hampshire Cultural Trust who are doing some of the same things as you. Can I get you people to talk to one another? And the wonderful thing about it was that they came together and they discussed the possibilities. And this led to collaboration over a thing called the Discovery Tour, which is on our slide here, which is the kind of educational version of the Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where educational sort of missions can be played out, and the players can learn things like about Stonehenge, obviously not an Anglo-Saxon monument, but it was there in the early Middle Ages, and it's part of the landscape of Wessex. So with that Hampshire Cultural Trust and Ubisoft collaboration that was going on for the Discovery Tour, when the Assassin's Creed Valhalla game came out, HCT, Hampshire Cultural Trust, felt that they could explore setting up something that would actually bring the digital world in with with somewhere that people can visit, the sort of traditional footfall visitor sort of thing that HCT are so good at, as Amy explained about what 878 AD. At that point, it was just the Alfred project.
Yes, it was. Yes, and then yes, or the project for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it didn't have a name. But then it was a response to a gap really that's within the sort of the heritage landscape of Winchester, isn't it? Because you've got a city that is very much Anglo-Saxon, but there's no proof. It's quite a Georgian city. There's lots of sort of Victorian architecture, but the Saxons have kind of disappeared, and it was about sort of reinserting them back into the landscape of the city, wasn't it? And leaving people with the sense that actually this is Alfred's city. This isn't. This isn't the modern city that you see. There's actually so much of it that is still Saxon, and that was really wonderful, wasn't it?
Yeah, so sort of. So things essentially were green lighted at the height of the pandemic.
Yes.
Basically, that sort of wonderful sort of vision to be able to say, well, we're going to get out of this lockdown, and when that happens, people are going to want to come to visit centres and put on some kind of new place, essentially. So they greenlighted the development of the ideas and brought together a team. So I was approached to be the historical consultant for it, and others, the sort of main people on the team, Bill Lucas, who's also at Winchester University for an educational consultancy perspective, and Patrick Ottaway, who's got years of experience as an archaeologist in the city of Winchester as an archaeological consultant, and then some wonderful people who were brought in for specialist things like music. Lucianne Taylor at Southampton, Eric Lacey came in to help with aspects of the Old English language as well. So there's a real kind of buzz about the synchronicity of talents for that, and doing this during lockdown kind of made this happen because it was a virtual, sort of regular virtual meetings and discussing ideas. Because we come together in that virtual space, we could sort of discuss a I sense a sort of greater freedom of discussion, essentially.
And the regularity, wasn't it,
yes.
as well? Because you can't get that many people in a room generally anymore, and certainly not before that. But we had people from all over the country, didn't we? Patrick was often up in New York, wasn't he? And we could have those discussions regularly, and even just sort of simple points like when we're going through the scripts, which we'll discuss later. But having that ability to sort of just, I don't know, call you on Teams and be like, what do you think about this? That was really kind of freeing. And I think it helped to make the project as good as it could be.
So Amy's going to speak about the organisation from Hampshire Cultural Trust's perspective. There was one last thing.
Yes, the reliquary.
Which
is a shining centrepiece, really, of sort of the of certainly our collection. Well, the collection we look after within Hampshire Cultural Trust, and then it had a prominent place, didn't it, within the Discovery Tour, and is a central part of the 878 AD experience, and really benefits from loads of technology, doesn't it?
So to explain a little bit about the Winchester reliquary before we get on to organisational things. It's a 9th century object that was found actually by a team working with Patrick Patrick, in the 1970s in excavations in Winchester. And a reliquary is an object that holds a relic of a saint, which thought to hold the relic of a saint because it is the sort of design of a typical 8th or 9th century reliquary object. And it was a precious object, but it had been discarded in the Anglo-Saxon period down a rubbish pit. And so this kind of fascinating silver gilt object, essentially silver-plated object with a wooden core, became this kind of object of fascination. It has been an attraction in the City Museum, but it's given that extra element of interest as a result of its inclusion as a gameable object in the Discovery Tour. So it plays a part in the game, partly by being
it's much bigger. It's only probably about this big, isn't it? But it's huge in the game, so the character can pick it up and engage with it. But that element of what happened to this object, it's a really precious religious object, and yet we found it in such bizarre Spartan circumstances, and that was a real sort of narrative driver, because we got the opportunity to test, well, what happened to it then? Are there the multiple reasons? Did someone steal it? Was it lost? What did the Vikings come in and carry it off and lose it on the way? And then that sort of ability to play with history, I think, was really wonderful, and it was sort of a great setting within which to do that, when we could take advantage of the wonderful visuals.
So the real object is there in the exhibition, along with the graphical images in a really impressive display environment as well. But it also plays a role in terms of a kind of gamified elements in the augmented reality app as well. So there's all sorts of possibilities that were unlocked by this here.
Yeah, it really makes sort of the most of a wonderful object, doesn't it? And it gets to show it off, which is what it deserves. But we couldn't have really done any of this without having such wonderful collaborators, because the project from the outset was really, really ambitious, and we needed people who were equally as keen to kind of rise to that challenge and drive it forward and make it as good as it could be. So Ubisoft, the Hampshire Cultural Trust, was sort of the first partnership that Ryan made possible, and then we thought to ourselves, well, you've got to make the experience, and so Sana are just the masters of visitor attractions, and so they were the natural place to go to build the world of 9th century Winchester. And then in terms of the app, we looked to Sugar Creative, who are just sort of technical wizards with this sort of thing, taking advantage of all of this wonderful augmented reality technology, and they really helped to build sort of the skeleton of what 9th century Winchester actually looks like. But that world was sort of unpopulated to a certain extent, and we also needed to encourage visitors to actually take that leap, because the entire sort of, I guess, entryway into the exhibition situation and then going into the app is that you've got to believe that you step back in time. And the best way to do that is to encounter people from Winchester. And so we worked with Play to the Crowd to bring in this fantastic cohort of actors who quickly took on this mantle of the 9th century people of the city, and they are the first people you encounter when you first sort of come through the doors. But none of this could have been possible at all, I don't think, without the expertise of yourself and Patrick and Bill and everybody else that was involved, because we just needed to sort of, as much as we wanted to make it a fun, engaging experience, it also needed to be really good history, because this is the first time really in a big way that 9th century Winchester was being sort of brought to people, wasn't it? But specifically in the city. And so you were vital, absolutely essential when it came to the script writing, which was one of the most collaborative bits of the entire project, because we needed scripts for the app, for the main experience, and for the actors themselves to bring it all to life. But what we wanted to achieve needed to be balanced with really, really good historical research. And we wanted to create this idea of the Saxon period that was really up to date and really modern, that foregrounded the people that usually get left out of the narrative, because it sometimes occasionally feels like it's very much armies populated by warring men. And we wanted to bring that, but also bring in the women of the city, the people who were unfortunately enslaved at this time, and children and other voices who were all here, so that it felt like a really believable world. But we also needed to balance that, as well as the history. It needed to be accessible to everyone, and it needed to be something that everybody and anybody could get something out of and enjoy. So it made it a really kind of complex project, didn't it, in terms of pitching it at the right level, and getting it right, wasn't it?
Yeah, so there's this thing of the interactions of the imagination of the scripts, and which Amy played a major role actually. she's sort of saying this was done. It was, you know, we have one of the major script writers here, but there's the element of the interaction, of the imagination with people like actors playing the parts of 9th century people, alongside the traditional elements of museum display as well. But there was even a twist with the museum display, in presenting things in the museum. So a lot of the captions in the museum were written as if they were from people from the 9th century.
Yeah, it was given a definite voice, wasn't it? Because there was also, we sort of, I suppose it was semi-deliberate, wasn't it? It kind of, it felt more organic, but we sort of introduced a problematic narrator, really, in the role of Ethelflaed. And she had a very particular opinion on matters, didn't she? And her voice was carried through the entire narrative sequence, really, wasn't it? And it made it sort of an interesting echo to have through it, because you were being presented with good, robust history, but it was with a spin of opinion, wasn't it? And a particular kind of Saxon viewpoint at times, wasn't it? And I think that made it interesting, because it made it a challenging narrative for people to approach. It wasn't just that you went into kind of a passive museum and interacted with a display that was quite dispassionate. It was a voice that had an opinion about things that were going on. And then certainly with the app, which deals with the aftermath of the Battle of Edington and what happens afterwards. How does it, well, spoilers, but he does win, Alfred. So it's sort of, it looks at how he builds England effectively, but it's not him, it's not about him, it's about the people. And her voice is very central into that, and she's sort of, in the entire piece is sort of chronicled by her, isn't it, in that chronicle style. And having that woman's voice throughout. Sarah Parish did the vocals for us, which was just wonderful. It was really sort of innovative, wasn't it, and unusual, I think. Yeah,
and there's a kind of integrity to it as a project as well, in terms of having the voice from that period that also feeds into the art and feeds into the representation of the place. So there's a kind of package to the whole thing, which kind of took it away from a traditional museum, whatever a traditional museum is these days, but he's sort of playing around with different representations from the past, and for me that was very exciting, because it's something that I've, ever since I was an undergraduate, there was always part of me that wanted to have some input into museum representations, and this was a kind of feeling that I can influence the museum in some ways, but that's the thing for an advisor or a consultant, is you can never sort of fully shape things. You could, you might have a vision of how things could appear in your head, but you've got to leave it to the experts to think about how it's got to end up. And there's an element to this. And I was thinking, or I do think about this. There's an element to this of being like the experience of being a dissertation supervisor for the academics in the room. Of giving guidance, but ultimately the project is the people who are involved in establishing the project and setting it up and seeing it through to fruition. But there's still a certain sense of pride in the achievements of the people that you've worked with for that. Yes, but there were many interesting discussions about the representation of history and how that representation of history could engage both creatively and technologically in terms of working with the app developers, Sugar, for example, and Sana, and how they used the assets from Ubisoft. And I think that's the sort of crucial thing, is that we were sort of playing with different audiences here, because part of the audience was also the fans of the Assassin's Creed series and video gamers, but also were having to think about how this is representing history and archaeology as well.
And there was a really sort of interesting thing that we sort of tackled, was the different dwell times with each phase of the experience, because there's, I don't know what the exact numbers is, but there's a certain amount of time that someone will spend staring at an exhibition board. And that depends on their interest, of course, but there is an average. And that certainly is different when they're placed in front of a film, and definitely different when they've got an app. And you're not necessarily going to read an entire academic essay about St Mary's Abbey while you're stood in the middle of Winchester. So we had to deal with that different kind of sort of pitch levels as well, didn't we, of how much they're going to read and take in, and what do we actually want people to understand ultimately. If they don't read anything, which is a terrible thought, but if they do, are they still going to come out with an idea? And that sort of that ability to introduce people to a new pantheon of characters was fantastic, wasn't it? Because everybody's familiar with the Tudors, but less so possibly the House of Wessex, and that opportunity to kind of give people something different and have fresh history was really exciting, and hopefully people were left, that's my hope anyway, with the sense that it really is Anglo-Saxon Winchester, and it's Alfred's Winchester, and that he was really here, but it's often not. But the people that were in the city experienced this really scary period in history, and actually came out a lot stronger for it. And it's been really wonderfully received, which has been fantastic. So here's just a couple of TripAdvisor reviews from last month, and people have really engaged with it, despite the dreadful weather we've had, interestingly, because the app lynches quite heavily on whether or not you can get outside. But people have really loved it, and that's been a treat. To think that we've actually effectively fulfilled the brief, haven't we, and succeeded in introducing people, or reintroducing them, really, I suppose, into a world that seems really far away, but actually there's something essential about humans that I think they see in the people they interact with over the course of the experience. Yeah.
No, I think that kind of closes it.
Yes.
Time for questions.
Yeah, we've still got time for questions, which is good.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello, I know Ryan, but I'm Myra Wilkinson. I'm a Research and Engagement Officer at the University. Congratulations on an amazing attraction and fantastic collaboration. Just wondering, the last slide said the story so far, so just kind of wondering what's next. What's next for 878 AD? I'm thinking particularly, ahead in issues and things like the Winchester Heritage Open Days, which theme this year is creativity, which of course fits the bill perfectly. So I'm just wondering what the plans are for that, whether you've got anything in particular planned, or you can join up on that. just really, or whether you're thinking of also, because you said, you know, there is no visible, tangible evidence for Anglo-Saxon Winchester, certainly not on the face of it, all done Winchester. Are there plans, for instance, also to create something like a walking tour in the same way that we collaborated on medieval Jewish Winchester, where people can show themselves around and learn about all the different sites and locations all around Winchester that represent that period in that particular group, and plans in that direction? Generic.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I can actually say.
Yeah, how much are you allowed to say?
I don't know, no one told me.
Oh, yeah, we are being recorded, so I'm
Um,
not quite sure whether there's a kind of Chatham House rules about this or not.
Sure. Well, I can certainly speak from what I'd like to see, and I would definitely like for us to expand and really make kind of Winchester a byword for Anglo-Saxon life, and certainly I think the walking tour was in a slightly different way meant to be very much like the Jewish Trail and those elements. Obviously, there's the caveat of it being paid for, so it makes it a little bit less accessible, perhaps. But certainly, I don't know what the plans are for Winchester Heritage Open Days, but I should think we would want to get involved, most definitely, because it's that idea of bringing history, isn't it, and making it free and accessible and wonderful for people to access. And I think that's certainly what the ambition is, because it doesn't make sense for it not to be, does it, really?
Yes.
And yeah, I think the sheer amount of objects that Winchester has as well, relating to this period and to the later Anglo-Saxon period. It's much better after the 10th century,
Yeah,
which was the trouble.
That was
that
was the thing about it, but yeah, we can discuss that later.
But we've got a real opportunity to show off everything that we have, and in many ways, I suppose, I'm possibly allowed to say, 878 AD is kind of a test case for that in a sense, because it's the first time something has wholly Anglo-Saxon has been put to the market, I guess, to the heritage market. It pops up in the museums, and obviously the cathedral's got wonderful elements to it with the Kings and Scribes exhibition, but it's not the sole focus of anything. And so it's a way of saying, well, actually, we've got demonstrable proof that people are into this, that the combination of the digital, the Ubisoft assets, and really, really good history and great objects works. And I think you can take that forward and do something really ambitious, and I hope we get the opportunity to, because the desire is definitely there, even if it's just me and you and yourself, Ryan. It would be brilliant. Well, exactly.
It's popular, isn't it? And we are known for it. I also like what you were talking about, the sort of under-highlighted people, like the sort of battles. The women, the slaves, the children, the animals, I don't know, there's different directions you can jump in with it, which again we can work with and run with.
Yeah.
We can, highlight the women, and we can do something together for the Women's Open, International Women's Day.
Yeah, because I think certainly from my point of view, I wanted a story that because my background is history, so and I sort of was gently guided into doing the scripts. And so my immediate thought was that, okay, we can't patronise the visitors. They need the whole story. They need it, whether it's kind of ugly and embarrassing and whatever it is. And we need to kind of be really strong about what happened, because people are really intelligent and they can understand stuff. They don't need to be spoon-fed. They can deal with the complicated stuff, because sometimes I'll go into museums and I think, oh gosh, you've left out something here. There's a big hole that I know is there, and people can absorb that information, and I really wanted that. And so foregrounding the people that are sometimes marginalised from the narrative was the best way of doing it, because you get the full colour of Anglo-Saxon life. And actually colour was an interesting thing that came up, didn't it, that we really wanted to bring out, that it was a colourful place to be, because you often think of the early medieval period and it's kind of shades of beige and brown, but actually they loved colour. They loved it so much, and they had this ability to create wonderfully vivid colours. And so they were an expressive people. They were like us. They liked to laugh. They found stuff really funny. They loved riddles. they'll have games, they'll have too much beer. And if people could kind of take away that there's a little bit of them in the Anglo-Saxon world, while also having the caveat that it's a really different world, and it's a really tricky world, and there's lots of disparity and lots of unfairness. It's sort of, it was a great way to sort of bring in a really modern kind of interpretation, I think. Yeah.
So I've just got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So how far did you work with the local authority, and how far did they, is it Hampshire County Council, or is there a city thing, which I don't know? How far were they on board? So this is one question. So you thought about developing it into a TV series, so getting your pitch deck sorted for that. No, seriously,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. It's just, you think of the timeline of what you do. Schools use, so how far is it being used in schools locally? So is it part of the curriculum, and all the children visit and they download the thing and then they can use it? And have you got any figures for the number of downloads of the app? You know, the app. And lastly, have you thought about another version that would be counterfactual one? So what happens if Alfred had lost the battle? Those you can begin to play around in history and then understand the history better by looking at the counterfactuals, and you do that through the means of an experience like this.
Oh, that would be very cool. Yes. There we go. We'll go back.
Counterfactual representation. Yes, interesting.
And just to pick up on your point about the beige thing, that is because growing up, that's all you ever got in archaeology and books about everything up to the medieval period, when suddenly everyone was wearing exotic clothing.
Yeah.
Yes, they woke up one day and loved purple, didn't they?
Drawings are of huts with smoke rising, and they were bleak. I wouldn't have wanted to live there. It's utterly bleak. The sun never shone in those representations of those books. And I thought, no, they would have been days like these days, blue sky with the clouds scudding across, and so on and so forth. There's no sense of that in those kind of drawings at all.
No.
They have created a false sense of the past.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of, we wanted it to be surprising, and sort of, because whether you're familiar with the period or not, I think you will have some sort of concept of what the early medieval period maybe looks like or is like. And so every panel we did, we wanted to have this element in there where somebody looks at it and goes, oh, I didn't know that, or oh, that's weird. So it's like when we've got an object in there, a frying pan from the period, and Saxons loved crumpets and pancakes. And it's sort of that weirdness that's really human that you can kind of get on board with, because it's like, well, yeah, a bit of Marmite in the morning, fantastic. And immediately they're more lifelike to you. And that was wonderful, because it does start to kind of unpick that element that is the non-real. But in terms of local authority and bits and bobs, my involvement with that side of things was very limited, but my understanding is that they were there from the beginning, really enthusiastic at the opportunity to bring something new, and they were brilliant partners and really wonderfully supportive, because it's so different from anything certainly that Hampshire Cultural Trust has done before, and probably we have done for the city really. And so for them it was probably quite daunting, because it's quite a big leap, but they were pleased, I think.
The leader of the council was there at the launch. Cited a book that I've edited, which was co-edited, which was quite wonderful.
Yes, schools. The education programme is central to it, because the part of the national curriculum, they do cover the Saxons, and so often in Winchester City Museum we would have kids come in and they would know already about Alfred, and they would want to look at the middle floor, which covers the Anglo-Saxon period, and they'd have this knowledge already. And so tying that up with local schools has been really, really great, particularly sort of over the winter months. The opportunity to kind of build up the schools programme and get kids involved has been great.
Maybe a future version, you can actually have them involved in the older children in the actual development phase, because it bridges the thing between games that they play in their rooms.
Yes.
And contributing, so you would get them together and they would actually interpret objects, and their interpretation is built into an actual experience, and maybe even into a game.
Yeah.
And that's really good employability for the future and for university applications.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, certainly would be.
Can I add a thought to my colleagues' questions? Tam McDonald, by the way, from Cradle of English. Thanks very much for that. It's, your enthusiasm is infectious. A number of the points that Jeff made, I think, would be very interestingly put to your industry collaborators at Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed. So what sort of response have you had from them and feedback, and to what extent would they be jumping on Jeff's suggestions and saying, yeah, we're in that. We'll help you take this to the next stage, especially if we can get more gamers out of it.
Well, yes, yeah, quite. I don't know, you're probably more placed to.
Yeah, well, the collaboration was, because when initially I was discussing, they contacted me about it, and I thought, it all seemed so slick in terms of what they were offering. I thought, oh, they're offering a service here, and they're offering, this is going to bankrupt Hampshire Cultural Trust if they're paying for it.
Yes.
And then I appreciated that they were offering it for free, because obviously there's a kind of quid pro quo element of collaboration for this, in that Ubisoft get it benefits them because it's developing the universe of their game in some ways. It's kind of giving a real footprint to their game, and it's encouraging people to play this game for good or ill, but spend hours playing them. But I've ended up playing the game as a result.
Yeah.
So is that relationship then zero sum, that you didn't pay them, they didn't pay you?
Indeed, yeah. Well, as far as I understand, anyway, that was what I got from the presentation. I mean, I wasn't those. I'm not there at the ground in terms of the finances.
No.
I'm only quoting from a presentation which was a public presentation on it, so I'm not revealing anything that was kind of secretly discussed or anything like that. But yeah, it was pro bono.
And I think it'd be fair to say that Ubisoft, particularly with the games, they want to show that there's a robust historical bit of research behind it, that it's not that they've sort of dreamed it up, that there's real history there. And I think that's part of the discovery tour, isn't it, to show that actually the history is a learning tool, and the ability to take that then into something physically that is a museum space, and then an outdoor museum space, really, with the app, a digital one. I think was right up their alley, wasn't it, really? Yeah. Because it lends further kind of it shows how good they are, doesn't it, in terms of their historical research and backing something that's equally as well researched and carefully created. It works with what they want to do in their ambitions, doesn't it? So, yeah. But
I don't know, insofar as your question about what Ubisoft could then get and sort of use, how they could use this to develop their next project or their next product or the next iteration of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, besides my slight worry that anything that is sort of said about this project seems to kind of go, ooh, there's a suggestion, here's a rumour that X, Y, and Z is going to happen. I don't know how that can go forward, but it's something that is discussed. I gather the lines of communication between Hampshire Cultural Trust and Ubisoft are still there. I'm now no longer in that kind of special circle for it, but that's because my role has ended there. But I'd be delighted if there was more stuff.
Me too. That would be amazing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
His worship the mayor and councillors of Malmesbury, England's oldest borough in the beautiful county of Wiltshire, bid a warm warm welcome to all our guests and visitors. Tarry a while in our town. We wish you a safe journey. God save the Queen.
Hello everyone, my name is Campbell Ritchie. I'm Chair of Malmesbury Town Team and also Malmesbury Town Councillor, and thank you very much for inviting me along this afternoon to talk to you about Explore Malmesbury and what we've been doing, although I suspect in the course of this afternoon I'm going to learn an awful lot more from the other speakers, and you're going to gain from the benefit of hearing from me. It's a different type of project. There are many links with what we've just heard around Winchester 878 that we're doing in terms of trying to engage and tell stories, but our environment is a bit different. We are telling stories across the whole of a town. How many of you have been to Malmesbury? Okay, one or two. What a fantastic place, isn't it? Yeah. For those of you who've been, you would agree. It's a hilltop town in the north of Wiltshire. It's well worth a visit. And we've got, like lots of other market towns, lots of great buildings. But what's special about Malmesbury is that people have been living on this hilltop for 2,800 years. It was originally an Iron Age port. There's been walls around the town for that long. And we've got stories to tell from each of the various parts of history that we've got. We can obviously knock Winchester's Saxon history into a cocked hat if we want to, but we've also got lots of other periods where we can do that as well. And of course, when you're telling people about what a wonderful place, you say, well, come and have a look at the Abbey, or come and have a look at our Guild Hall or the Market Hall, or walk around the Anglo-Saxon street pattern. But it's much more than that, really, isn't it? It's about people. And it's about the things that people connect with, because there's only so many old churches that you can go into unless you get to know about the people who made that church and what happened in there that's important. And along the way, we've already heard we're England's oldest borough, but we're the birthplace of Thomas Hobbes, the world's most famous philosopher. We're the only town who's had an MP who got lost at sea in a ballooning accident. We've got our own witches. We had our own witch trials in Malmesbury, and we sent 14 people. We accused 14 people of witchcraft. We sent 4 to Salisbury and 2 were hanged. We of course were England's most rotten borough in the 1800s. It was named in Parliament. We had 13 people electing 2 MPs, and of course significant sums of money changed hands. And that links back into some of that Saxon history. So it's not just about things that we want to talk about that happen, but we want to try and connect into things we're going to be doing as a town in the future. And so on that Saxon theme, next year is the 1100th anniversary of Athelstan becoming king. And we're going to go bonkers about that in Malmesbury. And we're going to use Explore Malmesbury as part of our storytelling. But at the heart of this, why are we doing Explore Malmesbury? Why is this important to us? Why have we gone to the work of creating Explore Malmesbury and all of the things that go with it? It's because fundamentally we're working to try and support the economic performance of our high street and our local businesses, and trying to keep the town of Malmesbury working as a whole. And it is a living town, it's a working town. We've still got butchers and bakers on the high street, and we want to very much want to keep that. It's a population of about 6,000 people, for those of you who don't know, so it's of a scale that you can put your arms around it. But the background that led to Explore Malmesbury being created was our banks are closing. They've all closed now. We had a brand new supermarket, Waitrose, arrive on the outskirts of town, and that was a huge threat. It's taken hundreds of thousands of pounds of business out of the town centre, and now we've got an Aldi arrive. And it's things like that, that can fundamentally change how a local economy works if you don't start to do something about it. Key things that are important for our town centre is, of course, its iconic high street. We've got a fantastic collection of independent shops. We'll talk, I'm sure, a bit more about those in a moment. But it's about convenience, it's about a great place to go, and it's about social. So there are aspects that bring people into the town. Just for starters, people like to talk. You can't go and talk in an Amazon warehouse. whereas you can if you're doing your shopping or having a cup of coffee in the high street. So we're about fundamentally increasing footfall, about increasing dwell time, and we know that if people spend longer in our town centre, then they're going to spend more money, and we're about supporting new openings and expansions. And I'm very pleased to report that we've got probably the lowest unoccupied rate among our retailers that we've ever had, and there is where stores become vacant, and there's certainly at the smaller end of the stores a very quick replacement. It's our foot in the banks that's been a bit more problematic. So we saw an opportunity. It's not often you see the European flag there, but we're talking about this project starting back in 2018, 19, and the EU had a social fund to support the rural economy. Malmesbury qualified as being in the rural economy. It probably helped that I was on the management team of the board that was allocating the grants. Perhaps let's not look too much at that, but where you see an opportunity, then you've got to follow the money, and I think you've had that experience at Winchester where 878, and that's what we're all working with in various places. So we had the leader programme, we had Bail Action, and Malmesbury made bids into the European Social Fund for a number of different projects, and we were able to redevelop part of the museum. We got new public toilets in Malmesbury. I'll let you into I was a mayor of Malmesbury 2 years ago during the COVID year. The only time I got to put the full rig on was when we were opening the new public toilets. I enjoyed myself anyway. And I think it's important to point out as well that it's that what we're talking about here is much more than just the web app of Explore Malmesbury. It is about putting the infrastructure of various things around it. And so we were using the funding that we got from the social fund in Malmesbury under the management of Malmesbury Town team to create a Malmesbury gift card, which is about keeping money in the local economy, and about developing other forms of communication like our visitor guide, which goes to all residents as well as being very popular. And running our Discover Malmesbury website, which has become the go-to places for where you find out about events going on within the local area. So what we're really talking about here is an element which is in a part of a lot of other things that are going on, and the type of messaging that goes with that, where we're creating the impression of Malmesbury as being a place that's vibrant and treasured and historic. It isn't everywhere. But also connecting Malmesbury as well back with its own economic infrastructure. So that little map there in the corner is illustrating that we are looking to try and make the strongest connections we possibly can with our local economic area. And the sharp-eyed among you and those who know North Wiltshire and South Gloucestershire will note that we've deleted Tetbury, our nearest town, from the map and substituted Highgrove, where of course the King lives, and I'm not sure whether they've cottoned on to that yet. So what we want Explore Malmesbury to show, which is our web app and part of our storytelling armoury, is that Malmesbury is worth a visit, that you have to come to the town for the best experience, that it's more than a visit to the Abbey. A lot of people will come to Malmesbury and will get the regular round the Cotswold trips, and they'll bring a busload of 15 people and they'll jump off outside the Abbey, go into the Abbey for half an hour, jump back in the minibus and go. And it's much more clearly than that. That is also a great base to stay for a longer visit into the Cotswolds and to Bath and Bristol. Why not stop in Malmesbury? And it is a must for anyone interested in history or a number of specific parts of it. One of the things we're trying to do is to make sure that well, you might just be interested in general English history, but if Hobbes is your thing, or if the Saxons are your thing, or if the Iron Age is your thing, or if the Reformation is your thing, or if rotten boroughs are your thing, and lots of other bits of story with it, if you can come to Malmesbury as well, because we can tell you and put you in the places where those things actually happened. And also to communicate that Malmesbury is a town that is a strong and vibrant community. We are working well as a community, and we welcome people coming to us. The project to put Explore Malmesbury together was a genuine collaboration across the community as a whole. We got most of the funding from the EU, but we also got the matching funding from the local community. So people like our Warden and Freeman organisation, which is can trace itself back into the Saxon period. The team putting together the White Walls Way, the Athelstan Museum, the Abbey, U3A, History Society, the Civic Trust and so on, all came together. A number of those organisations not only contributed the whole of their archives to us being able to create Explore Malmesbury, but also committed a lot of time and effort and also contributed financial support as well. And of course the Town Council had a major part to play. Like all projects, so you had a project team. We went through the specification, the supplier selection, the partnership building, the development, implementation. Because everybody knows about those type of things, we put together a very strong local team of experts in their areas, all working voluntarily, but made sure that we had project management, funding expertise, navigation, user look and feel, experience, content creation, marketing and sustainability, experience from commercial roles or public sector roles, or from previous experience that we could apply. And we also had a reasonable amount of our own internal technical expertise. One of the big discussions that we had right at the very start working through this, are we going to do an app or are we going to do a web app for Explore Malmesbury? As you'll have seen, we went down the web app route, and for what we're looking to try and do, I'm still pretty sure that's the right decision because of the flexibility and the access and the ability to directly manage content ourselves, and because we're looking for a tool that's going to work both on phones and on PCs at home in terms of bringing people into introducing them into Malmesbury. And that could be an interesting discussion to have and develop if that's what people are interested in. But we are in the web app world, not in the pure app world. Our specification, which is something that we spent time working through, and these are kind of soft words but describe pretty fundamental things, is that we wanted Explore Malmesbury to be community owned, not just physically, because it is, the town team as a community interest company, but community owned in terms of it's ours, it's Malmesbury's. We can do things that we want to do when we want to do them. So of course some of them we have to pay for, but other things we can do for ourselves, and we give ourselves the ability to do as much as possible for ourselves. It had to be engaging, easy to use, that where we wanted to create new content we could do that reasonably easily ourselves, that had to cope with multimedia, that had to work both on laptops and on phones, and of course right across the whole phone set of families, easy to update, sustainable in the sense of being something that we could keep going year after year after year. We've all done, haven't we, projects where, or we've seen projects where people have got the capital, they've done the project, and a year later nobody's maintaining it, it's gone. This is about something that is going to evolve and develop, and we're now successfully into our third year in doing our first set of updates in terms of the technical side, with lots of new content being added in between. And of course secure, and we hope have a wow factor. Make something a bit different, which is where the help from University of Winchester in particular has come into its own. We went through the usual supply selection process. I can't say we had thousands queuing up to offer free services. I'm going to put a call out to Ubisoft as soon as we leave this room for further support for Athelstan 1100. But we did get a lot of genuine commitment and going over and beyond, and in many places access into support we just could not have got in the commercial world. So we had a company called TVPP who was still with us as part of the really sort of the creation support team, the overall sort of project envelope in terms of delivery. And then we worked through them very closely with the University of Winchester here and the CEDI team, which gave us a lot of input in terms of the customer experience we're looking to try and do, the academic experience about what works, the practical experience what works, and gave us access into the student group here. So a lot of the content that we've had from within Explore Malmesbury, and particularly as we develop the augmented reality world, is coming from student input here. and that's expanded out into us now working with 3 different universities on different aspects of the project, all the type of things that we put on in Malmesbury. And then a local company called Sprechen in terms of the database and front-end development and support. And so if you can imagine, behind Explore Malmesbury essentially is we've got a database where the content goes in, and then that links through to the front end that you get to look and see. And we've got pretty straightforward tools that allows us to put stuff into the back end, manipulate it around and come up with the front end experience that people get. We've got 3 ways of exploring Malmesbury. We couldn't quite work out really, I think, what the best way people would use Explore Malmesbury to be able to navigate around. So we thought, well, we think of 3 ways, so we might as well have 3 ways. So that's what we did. And just to show you, because I'm sure you've all been into Explore Malmesbury before you came here. You've all done your homework, of course, I'm sure you did. But essentially what we've got is a series of trails, which you can choose your trail. And let's just, for the sake of argument, pick the Witch Trial trail. Obviously underneath this is geopositioning, so if you're in Malmesbury, it's on your phone, then you've got the little blue dot following you around, telling you where you are. I don't know which one's this. Yeah, so we're telling the story of the Malmesbury Witch Trial using content that has largely been produced ourselves or with students, mixture of different pictures, and we made some nice little films. So
Be Goody Orchard, and this be my last testament, taken down by the preacher in the Salisbury jail. He sits here.
And so on, and you can go and explore it for yourself. And we had a ball making those films. I can tell you some of the places that we went to and the things we got up to was great fun. So we've got trails, and people can navigate their way around based on a theme, and we're adding to those. A particular favourite of mine is we're just starting to play with a cemetery trail, would you believe? We've got a cemetery from the start in the 1870s. We've got a very active family history group in the U3A, and we're starting through them to collect different histories, and we're starting to create a trail around our local cemetery. Some of the stories that are coming out, absolutely incredible. And alongside that, doing a conservation environment management plan, so we can put information in here about the 60 different forms of wildflowers that we've got growing in the cemetery and so on. It makes that space work much better. So you can get down to quite a low detailed community level of involvement with what we're doing here, as well as the big macro tourism type of stuff. We've got different sorts of explore interactions, so we have quite a lot of fun with our abbey, of course, and we can take people into the abbey. We've had a drone fly up inside, because everybody knows that the south porch in Malmesbury Abbey is one of the best of its type in carvings in Europe. So we also know, just as we're hearing from Winchester 878, it's all this stuff was in colour. So we might as well put it in colour and let people get a chance and a feel to see what sort of thing was going on. And this is a different way of navigating, of course. So the trails, you're going from point to point. Here, we're letting people step through while picking up different bits of information. And an obvious example, Malmesbury Abbey is only a third the size it was. It's got a big wall. What did it used to look like on the other side of the wall? Obviously, it was the rest of the abbey that used to be there before it all came tumbling down. And so this is the type of thing that we've been putting into the mix to create that wow factor that we spoke about. The third way of navigating is points of information. And this is basically the information that we've got in here. There's over 400 now of these around the town. As you can just follow your way around, you can see a point of information. If you want to go into it in a bit more detail, you can. And so one of the things that we're working on is showing more and more information about our shops and retail businesses. The gold circle means they're in the Malmesbury gift card. This is a shop that's now called the Cake Tin. There's a Tarantula Cafe. because somebody used to work in there, and so we're adding in voices.
The place that we loved too was a tarantula coffee bar.
You know, so that's, you know, showing that we've got the multimedia capability that we were talking about. A big favourite for people is where we put, for example, art and pictures in the places where the artist was, where they painted the picture. So you'd be standing in the high street, looking up the high street, and that was the exact spot that that artist painted that particular picture. And with having JMW Turner spending a lot of time in Malmesbury, we've obviously had quite a lot of fun with that. So lots of different ways of navigating around and using Explore Malmesbury as a tool, and hopefully that whets a little bit of appetite for a few people. In terms of financials and performance, which is a key thing everybody wants to know about, this was a £34,000 project when we set it out to do it, but that included a reasonable chunk of bespoke content. So it was, in terms of the guts of it, not at that type of level. Our annual support and hosting costs for us, about £1,500 a year. We launched in 2001, so we're now into our third year. We're just into doing servicing tweaks, including improved analytics, improved geopositioning, latest versioning on the underlying software, reduced server weight, so we don't have to spend quite so much on Amazon servers, and improved speeds. You know, so this is comparable. We're using an app, we think, but with all the flexibility that you get with it without having to do the first app download as well. We sustain the project through the guided walks income, and you've seen there the guided walks programme we put on. That's a team of volunteers who go out every Thursday afternoon, plus special walks during the year. That more than covers the cost of running Explore Malmesbury and allows us to build up a pot for developing more content and other things as we go forward. And if we were in the business of making this an Explore anywhere else you could think of, it's there to be done. So if anybody's sitting there thinking, well, I'd quite like to do that, give me a shout, because creating a vanilla version that we can then roll out is not that far away as an opportunity. The web app itself has had 5,000 visitors since March 2021, but we're now starting to see growth based on some of the other work we're doing to promote it. 35% growth this year so far versus last year, and we've got a lot more other activity to go as we're starting to learn to know how to use it and make it work, because we've got the same challenges that everybody else who have got virtual apps, web apps and ordinary apps have got, which is how do you get people to use it in the first place and stick with it. Obviously we're learning as we go. One of the and this is our some basic info coming out of the stats. Who's using it? The people who are going predominantly to Explore Malmesbury tend to be younger, and I'm sure that's the same experience that you've had at Winchester 878. I'd be very interested to know whether that's the same experience with other apps around the room. So over 50%, well over 50% of our users are 34 and younger. Happens to be slightly tweaked towards males rather than females. Most of our users coming out of the UK, with us next in the US. In terms of devices, just over 50% is mobile, and 40% is desktop, with the balance in tablet. And as I said, we always appreciated that desktop use of looking at Explore Malmesbury would be part of the way it's how it's being used. To try and get user engagement, we've had to go down a number of different routes. Very important that there is a place in town for people to be able to find out about the app and get to know to use it, and that's in our town hall. So our Tourist Information Centre, the staff there will orientate people towards the app and help them get used to it. And we've got an introductory video running there as well as on the app itself. Having champions, of course, if you've got somebody who's active at your Tourist Information Centre in the Abbey, say, have a look at Explore Malmesbury, users will shoot up. If people don't say anything, it doesn't. We do a reasonable amount of social media promotion, particularly locally. But I think, and this is a key point which I'm just going to come back to as we just work through this, is that if you're going to be telling stories, you have to do much more than just have an app or a web app. As we know, a significant part of our proportion of our audience coming into town, an app and web app is not the first place they're going to go. They want to see a paper version of the trails and the information that they can see. They want a different form of orientation, and we're providing that. So while I'm saying about 5,000 plus on the web app itself, the number of trail leaflets that we've given out in the town hall is significantly larger than that number. And this is what I mean. So all of our trails have got a paper-based version. We're just going to take them into the next stage now. We do this a reasonable amount of Instagram and Facebook promotion. We've got the leaflets, and that's one of our enthusiastic employees at the Town Information Centre. We've got www.exploremalmesbury.com written right across the town hall windows. We're showing videos, and we've got boards up in and around the main car park. So we're creating as many orientation points as we possibly can, and frankly, you can't do enough on that type of promotion. Since we've launched, created a lot of new content. We've done 3D experimentation, so you can see a 3D version of the Abbey with content embedded within that, if that is the area you want to go into. We've done a number of community projects, and I've mentioned those with the cemetery, and we put a scarecrow trail up as part of Carnival. We've done activity with local artists where they've done an art trail, and you've been able to do that virtually. And we're doing a lot more work with QR codes in terms of using those as a point of information. So the leaflet that you've got there with Explore Malmesbury last year, no QR code. This year, a QR code. That's starting to show a major difference in how people are starting to engage with the web app itself. And we're building more showcasing for our retailers. So we've just gone through a project where we're making a number of short films about them, and of course that will then sit in the historical information about their shop, and they've all got, those who want to take part or will be taking part, have got an area of content management space within the database that they can use for themselves to put their own new content up or to offer promotions and other types of activity. So what are our learning points? Well, quite simply that creating a web app is the easy bit. It's what comes after that or alongside it. The marketing, which has to be continuous and has to work at multiple different levels, that you need to be able to create as much entry points as possible. People see QR codes linking into shop histories in every single shop, they're going to use it more than if they don't, by definition. And the front of house, how you tell people, how you get them over the threshold of using it the first time and supporting them through it is absolutely key. Sound is important. And where we've made videos in the past, then adding sound and background into that, an atmosphere is important, and narration is important. So just having the words on the screen is not enough. People want to be able to hear those words too. So we're adding in narration now to a lot of our new content, and that Witch Trial trail that I illustrated, that's got much more of a degree of narration, say, than one of the first trails that we would have done 2 or 3 years ago. And we'll be building on that. QR codes, we had a long discussion back in 2018, QR codes, are they going to catch on, anybody using those? Well, clearly they are now very much part of day-to-day life, and to me, absolutely essential. I wouldn't go anywhere near anything like this type of project in the future without having the ability to QR code connect into key parts of your content in the type of environment that we've got. That you must have alongside your web app the ability for anybody who doesn't want to use a web app to feel that they can be included. So we can't lose the paper-based versions, the trails, the guided walks, or the other ways of telling stories. And then, finally, it's all about connecting, keeping imagining. I've already written down, at least 8 different things from the presentation earlier on that we now need to be thinking about in Malmesbury based on the Winchester 878 experience. And I hope that you've got 1 or 2 from what I've just been talking about. And just to leave you, one of our last human stories in Malmesbury. The tragic story of Hannah Twinoy, who was the first person in England to be killed by a tiger. And this is our showing of where she went wrong. We haven't been sued yet for having any traumatised kids, but who knows. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That's Explore Malmesbury.
Thank you. That was a really interesting presentation. I have a connection with Christchurch Primary. We are what those questions. One thing in my mind is, how has your relationship with the Abbey been? Because there is, we have found tension between ourselves and our town council. It's sort of ebbs and flows a bit. Sometimes partnership, sometimes we're very marketing partnership. But the Abbey presumably has its own trade event, and does explore the threat. What's your relationship like? How would you?
Yeah, it's a very good relationship. I think there's a representative from the Abbey on the town team, and he actually was one of our project team working all the way through. Got very good technical expertise, so they were involved right at the very start, and immediately they saw the opportunities for helping them with their own storytelling in the Abbey. So they were very supportive, and it's not a threat to income because they're not charging. There's not a charge to go into the Abbey. Of course, this is free. It's more likely to bring people in than not, and when they're there, it's more likely to keep them engaged and then take them into the coffee shop and so on that they've got. So that just hasn't been an issue, I have to say. I mean, we struck a chord because obviously they were interested in how they were going to be telling their stories more, and I'm sure, you know, like your Abbey, we've got some things that do work better if you can visualise them, and the opportunity to kind of recreate what the Abbey looked like when it was in its heyday. For those of you who know Malmesbury Abbey, it hasn't got a spire now, but the spire it did have was taller than the spire at Salisbury Cathedral. So, you know, the fact that there's a great opportunity to do recreation stuff there was obviously very helpful. They're linked into the guided walks, as you've probably seen if you got down into detail, is that one of the team does walks around the Abbey third Sunday of every month, so that's starting to build. And so we'll take it from there. That's at the macro level, and the Abbey is also very interested in a lot of the other historical storytelling that we do. The vicar wasn't quite sure whether we were going to go to the Malmesbury witch trials last year, so I said, well, come and do a talk for us, then, you know, tell us what, you know, your perspective on it, and he did, and that filled up the room, and that contributed a lot to the live theatre that we then put in as part of what we're doing. And we'll be using the Abbey big time next year for Athelston at 1100. Big parts of the live theatre will be based around there, and we're hoping to create a legacy project that will put some better lighting up on the Abbey out at the back of it. So it's about, I think, just trying to make those connections, and we're lucky we got characters there who are saying this is something we want to get involved with. I can understand if people aren't quite there yet, or you haven't got that earlier involvement with them, as it can take a bit more time to get them on board. But it worked okay for us.
Can I just ask one other quick question? And you mentioned developing vanilla versions.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that term. What does that?
In essence, what I mean is Explore Malmesbury is just Explore Malmesbury. Is just imagine that we've then got explore Chichester, explore anywhere else that we can think of, explore Winchester, explore whatever. So it's taking what we've got there and just setting it up so that you give people essentially a blank database and the framework to create content and to put it on in their particular area that they want to do. So there's nothing to stop us having multiple versions of this, and actually that's not a huge technical leap to get us there, and that's something that we're obviously hopefully talking about at the University of Winchester going forward as well. Certainly something our technical people are very keen to move to, or at some point in the not too distant future. So it can be done. And the benefit again of coming out of the web app base is that those type of costs are relatively easy to get to. And if you want to do most of your own content using archive and other material, or use local resource to make videos and stuff, and that content is no cost to you. It's just how you use it that becomes important.
Please don't go before I've taken your contact details.
Good, excellent, thank you.
Yeah, we've got time. It was really interesting, and yeah, I wish I'd known about the app when I was in Malmesbury, sort of closing when most of the shops were closed on a Saturday, sort of waiting to give a talk that evening, because it could have just helped me to understand the town a bit more. But I'll look out for it in the future. But I was just thinking about Elmer, the flying monk. Wonderful character. Probably out on there actually. It's a more English name, but it's a brilliant story, and probably an accurate tradition of early 11th century Malmesbury. I wondered whether the story could sort of lend itself to the development of a little app game or something like that. And I never say this about that rather than an app, but it just feels playable, doesn't it? For kids, can you get how far can you sort of potentially using slightly.
You mean what Elmer's eye view might have been as he leapt off the church tower, and what happened to him as he glided his 200 yards. But I think that's an absolutely brilliant idea. I mean, if I had a magic wand and if there was a store lying vacant for too long, we probably will put the virtual reality Elmer game in there, and you can imagine strapping somebody in the wings and then doing a sort of flight. But there's lots of other opportunities as well, and I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
But I mean, just thinking of you, in terms of your relationship with the digital media people here, maybe it sounds like a student project, for example, to kind of gamify it either with that kind of realistic graphic or a kind of 80s retro style graphic. Oh,
absolutely. Yeah, do the sort of simple thing. I mean, this is, that's just a little bit there, and the one we saw at the Abbey is the two Unreal Worlds that we've got sitting in underneath, and they're, and there's a lot more opportunity to do more with them, which we're working on. But we've got an Unreal World of Malmesbury, sort of Saxon times, an Unreal World of Malmesbury 1500. That's the type of area that the students have been populating. But I think it's a really good idea, right?
Thank you. Are some of the things done by students, the fly-throughs and things like that? Because I'm seeing names on the site. So the Winchester University, or former Winchester University student. And I didn't see James Wilson on the name for some of the fly-throughs.
No, it is the digital media and TVPP that are helping you on creating the content, isn't it?
Amy.
Amy, what do you start to do? I had a couple of questions, if that's okay. I wanted the extent to which you sort of embedded the QR codes around the city. You were thinking about doing that, so you come across a lamppost that happens to be where a witch was accused, and you can access that straight away. Because I certainly think something from when we did Jane Austen 200 here, that sort of putting the history in front of people and making them look at it, or giving them the option to engage with it, I think is really valuable. So I wondered if you were already doing that. And then my ears went up a little bit when I saw the little bit of oral history about the lady talking about working in the shop.
Yeah.
And I wondered how much you were doing that, because this is a great tool to collect those stories and store them. Because oftentimes it's not very joined up, is it, in collecting oral histories, but this would be a great repository for it.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to sort of, how were people receiving it? Have you had much sort of reviews and things like that?
Yeah, it's three really good questions. So on the first one, we are starting to roll out QR codes in the way you were talking about. There's a separate project going on looking at physical signage across the town, because there's an awful lot of players who get involved with that, and we've got over 400 listed buildings. We can't just go around and start knocking up signs and QR codes and things all over the place. We've got to be quite subtle about it. And because so some of them will appear on boards inside shop windows, for example. You can do that, or we do put up short-term physical trails. So there'll be a Saxon trail up in the last weekend of May, because that's St Aldhelm's Day in Malmesbury, and he was our patron saint. So there'll be a physical trail you go around, and then you QR code onto those and go further. So we're looking to do that, and I think that's something that we kind of dropped into in the last 18 months or so, and that bit is building up quite nicely. So the museum now, where they've just done an exhibition about the Market Cross, and they cross-reference, or we cross-reference it back through Explore Malmesbury to that. So you can go and see a video on the QR code that's Explore Malmesbury from one of the display boards in the museum. So we're getting there. Yeah. But as a learning point, to sort of share, I just think that's there. The second point that you made there about the oral history side, that's interesting. I'd love to have much more of that type of content, and we're working towards it. We've got about 12, 15, I think, different examples around the site. The museum is a custodian that's got a fantastic oral history project, Malmesbury Voices, and it's there. But it's a little bit of a negotiation. I think I'm probably in the situation in the museum, I'm getting into their voices bit as you are with some of the Abbey bits in Chichester to sort of try and do that. But it's there, and we're starting to move some more of that across. But also, as we take that out, because a lot of this is then about reaching out into this very active Facebook group in Malmesbury now and then. And I know that when I go out with some of this stuff and then they start giving us some history back and things, is that will become quite collaborative. It's about having the bandwidth to be able to manage that, really. But it's there to be done, so really good point. And it's important to say people love voices, love personal stories, and the more you can get to that. And the cemetery project's proven really interesting for that as well, actually.
Yes.
And then the third question you were just saying was
just about how people
the receiving it.
What data you've got.
Well, we got we got all the Google Analytics stuff, and if you sort of push me and say, do I want more visitors and that? The answer, absolutely yes. Because I know that we're pitching at 20,000 people coming through the 18,000 people coming into the town hall information centre. The numbers in the Abbey, are higher than that. So we're not by any means getting into all the different people we can get. I know that, we're doing better than some other types of apps, and if you compare that with downloads and stuff, that's not bad, but it's not enough. And I think it just illustrates the point that you have to have those other things going around it. What we are finding is that there is growing interest in people looking at it as a means of coming into, before they come to Malmesbury, to orientate themselves. And I think you were making the point earlier on about Winchester and project and schools and so on. We're starting to see Explore Malmesbury get picked up more by the local schools. We're working with them. So the Atherstone 1100 project will be a big step forward with that, where the students themselves get involved in what's here, because you can cut and paste. I mean, we're almost Malmesbury's own AI version of Saxon history. You can go in here, cut and paste it, and you've got your Saxon history of Malmesbury type of thing. So we see more of that, and we do want to see school students involved in some of the creation of this. And one of the challenges that we're sort of putting out there to the local school, and particularly their sixth formers, say, well, come and make a trail. You can do that. We can put your content on there. We can put it up. We can take it down. There's no, let people have a go. One of the great things with this and student projects is that we've got a place to put stuff that people are creating, and that's visible and it can stay. And we can do that with school stuff. So we do put school art projects up. We've got that art trail that I spoke about almost through the artist's eyes. There are examples in there from a local care home where they did a quilt about Malmesbury, that's in there. And there are some examples of pictures done for a competition a year ago from one of the schools. So it can be very flexible, and that's one of the benefits of the approach that we've taken. Take it from there.
Kind of on break time, so if you want, is there any more questions?
I just briefly the question, essentially what platform you've chosen. I know you said a lot of the content is created by the council team or the town team.
Yeah.
And what back end you're using to enable it?
Yeah, it's Laravel is the underlying database, I think. And I can get the exact sort of technical details, but it's essentially a proprietary database system at the back. It just links through, so that's it. But then it's very easy to create content within it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then maybe digging into them, we can discuss it out there. Have you used History Pin to upload stuff onto the History Pin platform, which you could do, and that will drive traffic to your app?
No.
So that's one quick thing that you can do. Have you thought about the Malmesbury diaspora? So you contact people around the world who are through social media, and then and other Malmesburys around the world. So then what you do is you link the Malmesbury butcher with the butcher that's in Malmesbury in Oregon or somewhere like that, and then you have a TV link up with that, so that you have a thing in your local TV there and here about that. That all drives traffic. We've got an archive of the project that you've done, and that will help with your white label project to roll it out for other instances of these types of trails. We need a national network, a national directory, so that you can find out where people have done similar things, so that you can cross-reference and things, and thinking about IP. And then for user-generated content, so nursing homes, so you get grants for helping with dementia and so on, so that you record their experiences, you load their experiences in, and that drives more funding for the whole project. And they're involving the regional film council, so their archives, so you can load their content in for moving images, and then national sound project with VL and so on. So for all the history, you link the whole lot in together, and that will exponentially increase the impact.
Mm-hmm. I'm a bit disappointed with that list. No, I think so. No, seriously, it's all good stuff. One of the, like every organisation that's voluntary based, your challenge is what you can take on and where your bandwidth is and how you drive things.
That's why the History Pin thing would be really good.
Yeah, I don't know about that, so that's really interesting.
Well, History Pin's been going for 10 years and more, and so people have been loading their local experiences and also individuals, and you can do it before and after. You load your historic picture and you match it up with phrases like this today.
Yeah.
And then that way you can get linked into a bigger network of other people that are doing similar things.
Our equivalent is the Now and Then organisation that I spoke about, and that's where the rich repository of a lot of more recent Malmesbury history is, and that's a tap for us to open up and to use. Obviously, when you're doing this type of content, you do need to curate it, and you have got, you're working through to particular sort of standards and levels, so it's been able to manage that aspect of it as well. With the current, sort of setup, obviously, the database is as secure as it reasonably can be, but we are, have got a degree of management with that. Although we can, as I said with the retailers, we can open up. We are opening up particular areas to them to do their own thing because they know what they're doing.
Retailers thing is really good, so you can get money off your sausage roll and then go on a tour if you download the thing, but only if you download the thing.
Yeah. If we went to that with our retailers, everything's a discount. They'd be giving it all away for free. We are about dwell time. Fundamentally, this is about people just spending longer in town. They spend longer in town and spend more money, and everything loops back into that. But, lots of really good ideas, and really appreciate that. Thank you.
Discuss it over break.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, we're going to start the next session with Guitars Past Reimagined, as you can see up on the screen. And it's a combination of Grant Cox and Maria Garcia. Can I just leave it at that?
Yes.
All right, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so this is, well, my colleague Grant from Arts Media, and this is Maria Cavadillo from Bartolangam. So I'll start to do a bit of introduction of myself. I'm head of digital at Bartolangam. We're a cultural consultancy company that has been working for around 20 years now, and mostly around the Middle East. We do research, we do interpretation, we do content, and only since the past few years we've started to do some have a proper digital department and doing some digital media work, and starting to also produce whatever we can do ourselves, obviously with help of experts like Graham here. And we met a few years ago in a project in the UAE. Working on an app for port in Casa Al Hosn in Abu Dhabi, and since then we've been in touch. We're doing work together, and yeah, maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit,
sure.
And then we can introduce the project.
So my background is an archaeologist. I was at the University of Southampton undergrad and masters, and I worked on the Ports project with Simon Key at the university for a couple of years before creating my own company, and I've been freelance ever since. We've been doing a lot of web tool work, reconstruction, Unreal Engine development, animation, any kind of freelance project basically. But for this project, it was a lot of 3ds Max V-Ray, kind of quick, heavy-duty modelling. So we're going to show you a quick video that we've put together.
Should we introduce the project just a little bit?
Yeah, okay, yeah, go for it.
So yeah, this project was for Qatar National Library. We got approached by them, Bartolangam got approached by them like last summer. And they wanted to do this website, which is like a timeline of the history of Qatar. They wanted us to do all the research, 150 events, all the script, all the research, and a lot of media content for that, like illustrations, animations, interviews, documentaries, like a lot of things. And between all of that, well, the main challenge was that they wanted that to happen in less than 3 months. So they wanted the website to be launched before the World Cup. So I don't know what we said. Yes, this is one of the programs that we normally we need to maybe question the briefs a bit more, and maybe speak to them and say it's actually impossible. But we did say yes, and one of the reasons why it was Grant, we spoke to Grant, because one of the things that they wanted to include, and that they included in the brief, was this 360 experiences. And the only brief we got from them was, we want to create a number of 9 of 360 content in presenting Qatar's history. Content presented in this medium can be forts or dhows. Dhows are the vessels that they used to propel in the Gulf. So that's the only brief we got from them. So I immediately called Grant and said, do you think you can do this? He was like, well, what are we going to do? I said, well, it's for us to decide. So we identified a few settlements, archaeological settlements in Qatar, all related to fishing and pearling industries there. We also identified a Portuguese ship that was very relevant for in the history of Qatar, because it was the presence in the Gulf from the Portuguese was that ship was very important for them. And then we also identified a pearling chest as well, that we did a 3D, well, you did a 3D model for it, and and also a panoramic view of the dhow and some other things. So yeah, this is a little bit of what we've done together for this project.
Yeah, this is a lot of stuff from this project, which we'll then go into detail about, but also some of the precursory stuff that I worked with on Bartolangam. Right, I think we can move on. Okay, so for this project in particular, there were 9 sites that ended up getting identified for the project, and the first real issue with it was we had a very short timescale. We only had about 9 weeks to. I think I worked out in the end, even if I got rid of every weekend for the next 2 months, it would have been about 7 to 8 days per site, including research, including finding all the information. It was a lot to take in. So there's plenty to cover in that period. So getting access to research, evidence, finding a way to the rapid creation process, dealing with large-scale landscapes. There's a lot of problems in there for the CGI process in terms of making it look good, especially quickly. Giving the site a sense of activity and feeling like it's got something more than just an empty shell, and then having the timescale on that to get actual feedback from people we were bringing in to give us evidence and the partners on the project. So something that I've been dealing with, especially the archaeology modelling in recent years, is procedural modelling, just taking as much as I can and making it a rules-based generation of geometry, textures, whatever it is, so that I can quickly go in and edit it, change it, update it, because often I'll have an archaeologist sitting next to me that wants, 5 variations of the way that the walls could have looked, or maybe we just need to play around with the placement. So going in and doing something, perhaps how they do in studios for purpose with previous shots, doesn't really hold up too well in a lot of the research projects that I've been involved in, because of that need to redo it maybe 3 or 4 times once you have maybe an external specialist come in and have a look at it, or the boat specialist come in and look at it, or a workshop that we attend to, and the feedback from that. So I had to apply a lot of the techniques I've been using in the 3D workflow to this project just to get it done, basically. So my software of choice for this is 3ds Max V-Ray, and that's not because that was the best, that's because that is the one I have the most experience with. So I did not want to be learning new software midway through trying to get this done. I have been doing a lot of my more recent work in Unreal Engine, which I would love to use on this project, but I do not think that we would have finished. And then with the understanding that this was my first project with Qatari archaeology, we needed to identify people who could help us, and we sent lots of emails out pleading for help. Please, can you help us? And we managed to identify 3 archaeologists, Gareth Rees, Robert Carter and Alexis Pantos, who had worked at the majority of the sites we were looking at, and they had a lot of experience of that area of archaeology. So the first one on the list, we're not going to cover all of them, we'll just go through, pick out a few, but I wanted to cover the first one because we got asked to recreate the Flore de la Mer. And I'm not a maritime archaeologist, but I am based in Southampton, so I know a lot of maritime archaeologists, and I picked up a few things from projects I've worked on in the past. I was aware that the Flore de la Mer as a ship has never been found, and there is very little evidence of what the Flore de la Mer looks like. So I immediately said, maybe we should do a more general Portuguese reconstruction ship from that period and try to do something a bit more generic, which was refused. No, we have to have the Flore de la Mer. So,
and this is because it exists a model of that particular boat done by these guys for Premier Ship.
Yes.
Yeah. In MOQs and the National Museum of Qatar. So the Qatar National Library wanted exactly that same boat, even if the remains had never been found. So obviously Grant was a bit like skeptical of like saying, well, I don't want to say that I've done a 3D model of that particular boat because, it's not accurate, but we ended up doing it and calling it a Portuguese ship of the early 15th century.
So I think in the end, I ended up attempting to do something as close as possible that could be done. And we just kind of forged ahead thinking that, well, we'll get something done, and I mean, they don't want to refuse it, are they? So I started looking around for resources and doing my own research, asking maritime archaeologist friends, specialists in the period, people like John Adams at the University of Southampton. What would you do if you were in my situation? And they sent me to some interesting paintings from the period, from slightly later, 50 years or so later, that were very detailed, showing ships, but none of them showed the exact ship. So there was no real information of this is the Flor de la Mer. There's lots of things like on the right, kind of generic illustrations, but they're showing more general Portuguese ships from the period. They're not showing specific individually built ships. There was a reconstruction in Malaysia, which wasn't what that was based on has never really been brought to light. So how much we can trust that, we don't know. And so yeah, I came back with all of these questions, and at the same time I was asking Bartolomé and Maria, can we try and find who had done the work on the ship from the model makers? If this is the model that is desired, they must have done some research. So independently, I went away, spoke to John, spoke to some maritime archaeologists, and we came up with the idea that, well, we could go and look at something which we do have the plans for, which is the Santa Maria, and maybe we could turn that into a Portuguese carrack or a now and refit it a little bit. And then about a week later, I got an email from Maria with a PDF from the model makers, and they'd done this before, and this was their exact process. So these drawings are them refitting the Santa Maria into the Flor de la Mer model. So we both independently came to the same conclusion. So it was quite nice to have that second layer of that kind of knowledge come in to me running on this, because I was just doing this as a general archaeologist, not someone with a massive legacy of diving or working on these ships. So that was the route we ended up taking. And in terms of modelling, I think I modelled it in about 4 days in the end, and just had to find every route possible to make it as quick but as visually appealing as possible. So I made many different texture sets for the different parts of the model. Lots of UDIMs to split out the and if you're not used to the jargon, UDIMs are effectively when you have a texture map unwrapped, you can have multiple variants of that. So you can split one texture set into maybe 10, and that means the resolution of those individual textures can be much higher. So you can cover a much greater area. So your one object, instead of looking bad when you hold it here, can now look amazing because you've effectively tripled or quadrupled or however many times you want risen the resolution of your model. This was then taken into Substance Painter and painted so that I had more control over the timbers, the textures, the parts of the model themselves, in also painting the water. So that process was used to kind of massively speed up the feedback, and that meant that if someone came in and said, actually, that design doesn't look right, can we change it? I was able to really quickly go in and repaint a new flag or repaint a part of the ship and turn off layers on and off. So Substance Paint is great. And if you ever use Photoshop, the principle is not too dissimilar in terms of having your layers and you can paint things on and off. But it does offer very quick turnaround for and very reflexive turnaround for things that used to take a long time 10, 15 years ago when we were doing 3D CGI graphics. So that was the Flor de la Mer. So moving on to the general processes for the cities. Again, I had to approach it with a procedural modelling in mind. So procedural modelling is just an umbrella term for techniques that use effectively a structured set of rules to create geometry, textures, any kind of thing inside of a model, so that you change one part of the rule and then you can massively change what it is that you get at the end. So for example, we created style sheets for Qatar archaeology architecture, and we could have multiple variations of different entrances, windows, whatever you wanted inside of the model, and then you could take a pin out of the style sheet and it would just replace it with something else, or you could update it and add in another 10 styles, and you've already built the base inside the model, so it would just update onto all the structures. So that meant I could make one variation, go away, send all the shots out to the archaeologists, and then they could say, oh, maybe add these windows in. I could do the windows, stick them in the style sheet, and then they'd randomize across the entire model. That made my life a lot more easy in terms of creating the models. So here's an example of it working in practice. So it made it very easy to block out the site with lines, create multiple variations of architecture, and even create custom parameters into the workflow itself, so that I could have options like turning off the roofs or changing the heights, turning on the gutters and turning them off. What floor the building was on, so I might want to get rid of the foundation, for example. So we could quickly make those changes, and it wasn't just for kind of traditional architecture, it was also things like the more what's it called, organic elements of the site too. So the huts, all of these could be created in a procedural way that made adding them into the model and creating quick variation a lot easier to deal with. So I'll just click on from that, and all the way down to things like the towers, just having rules for, you know, how much spacing should there be between the crenellation, how big should they be. Being able to sit there on a Skype call with someone in Qatar and just make those changes was made my life infinitely easier. So yeah, thank you. So the model ended up being a series of building blocks, almost like 3D Lego, with assets that were then scattered using Forest Pack, which is a scattering program for 3ds Max, and they were applied to the sites themselves. So, Maria, would you like to do a quick intro about Subara? Yeah, I'll drink some water.
So yeah, this is a reconstruction of Al Subara. This is I think the most important settlement in Qatar in terms of trade and pearling. So its heyday was like mid 1700s, and we did have some information from Subara, from Rock Qatar. Then also Gareth had worked a lot on Subara as well. So yeah, also Grant created like the reconstruction of the city, but also for the website we added like some hotspots as well, in which you can click on different points and then discover more about the city and the life in the city, and the trading routes that were going from Subara to everywhere in the world basically, archaeological remains and so on. So yeah.
So the site itself is a big site, so again, doing this in a short period of time, having about a week to dedicate to this, reading through all the site reports, there's a lot of information there. So I was getting a lot of help from Rob and Gareth, specifically, especially saying to them, look, I don't know anything about this site. I can't learn it in a week. I need to be finished in a week. So I really need your help. So they were pointing out specifically the elements of the site that had been excavated, where the points of interest were. They'd sent me a lot of site reports, end of season reports, and picked out the most up-to-date interpretations from those that I then directly put into the model and was modeling directly from. So we had the overall general map. So you can see here the overall general map in the model that was being modeled from, but then I had these regional areas where I had those specific illustrations and site report elements that were going in, so that I could refine those areas of detail. There was a little bit of interpretation because the archaeological, the lines, especially for the walls, didn't cover the whole site. It was sparse in areas. There were areas that were unfinished, that they hadn't found walls for, or they didn't know. So there were some kind of hypothetical lines drawn on some of the site reports about how the neighbourhoods may have been finished. So we went in and tried to keep the rules across from other parts of the city to complete those. So it's probably a bit difficult to see there, but you see that there's just a little bit more order coming in. And then when it's lit from the other angle, you can kind of see it a bit more clearly that now there's some more defined main streets and other areas. So yeah, I just had to really go hell for leather for these to get them done. But that was Subara. And then we went back in again for the for the experience itself to start creating hotspots. So here we've got a camera looking down at the walls, and my goal when I was building this was to try and make it as attractive as possible to render at fairly close distance. I didn't want it to just fall apart when the camera went in close enough. Obviously, you're not going to be looking, very, very intimate shots from inside someone's house in this model, but at least having the camera looking at some street networks. So most of the textures I was dealing with were procedural in terms of their generation, and worked out where the dust should be, where levels should be. So once I had the kind of plaster or mud brick textures done, I could just throw it on a building and it would work out the things I needed it to work out.
One other beautiful thing you did was like for the different sites you made, like you applied different daylight.
Yes, yeah. So we messed around with different kind of rendering times of day just to give each site a different feel to it. So
this is another example.
Yeah, this is another example, and this is a slightly different example because there was way less information about this site.
Yeah, so Albida is a site from like the early 1800s. This was the first settlement of Doha. So then Doha grew up from Albida, but then Albida was destroyed in 1821 by a British ship from the East India Company. So completely destroyed. So there's like nothing that has been preserved apart from that map that you see on screen, which is an 1823 map in which you can see both settlements. One is Bida and one is Doha.
Yeah, so these two.
So they ended up merging in the end. And yeah, there was like, there's nothing else from Bida that we can draw on to create the model apart from we do have the little RC.
Yeah, so there's a really tiny illustration in the top left, and that kind of shows the approach from a ship's perspective. So we did have that to kind of blow up. It wasn't great resolution when I got it, but it was, at least it gave an idea. And then we did have an account of the mountain range in the background, and also the fact that there was a watchtower on the hill.
Yeah.
So we had some quite emotive elements to deal with.
Personal accounts from like British diplomats that were there, like just like a few lines, and that map. That's the only thing that Rand was working with.
And then Rob sent through some shots from the 1950s where we thought we could take. He didn't imagine that the kind of life in terms of space had changed too much in the way that the houses were at that period. So we took a lot of inspiration from kind of 1950s, late 1940s photography to try and keep the idea of the neighborhoods and how the houses look. And that was also then sent back across other models if required. This whole project was so intense that there wasn't really a linear structure to it. I was bouncing back and forwards, and if something, I've got that there, I'm going to reply that back to that. And so there was a lot of to and froing of using research from one area to the next. So that was the final shot for Bida. And then we've got a shot with it on the hill with the watchtower. Lusail?
Lusail. So Lusail is a settlement from the early 1900s. This is very relevant because it's where Sheikh Jassim, who is the founder of Qatar, settled with his family back in 1903, I think, and then he lived there until he died in 1913. He was buried in that city, so it's quite relevant for for Qatari people. And then again, for this one, we did have a bit more of information, didn't we? Well, a bit of personal accounts, this artistic illustration, and a bit of help as well.
So we had some illustrations to go with, which I can now no longer source for some reason. We also have the Al Wakra Heritage Village, which we were told to look at to take some of the architectural elements from, which again were then used back across other sites. The model of Lusail is one of the more unique ones because it's a lot more intimate. It was done in a lot more detail in terms of the neighbourhoods and the close-ups and things. There's the black tents that were a big element of this reconstruction, and also the way that the interaction of kind of the dhows and the ships on the seafront and how they work in collaboration with the town. There's a very clear account of how many ships they had and of what type and where they were in the town. So this was a much more intimate model, and also in terms of hierarchy and space, there is the Sheik's compound there. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Which we were trying to bring light to. So this was a much more intimate model, and the close-ups of this I think showed the best kind of sense of maybe activity in a model, in terms of. Wait, where did I put that?
Picture of the camel.
I did. Oh well.
That's in the video.
That's in the video. But so like this is a good example from Lusail of the boats going out, hurling boats going out, and some of the kind of close-ups. What's that? Okay, so yeah, I mean that's effectively it. That's we've got Freya, where we had some fishing traps and mounds in terms of middens, and yeah, those are that's it. We're done.
Well done.
Oh, thank you.
So how many weeks was it?
So we first met end of July, and it was delivered by November. It was delivered by the World Cup.
So you can only start work like
I only started
in
work
September, really.
Yeah, end of August.
Like, yeah.
Because we were waiting for it to get approved and things sent over. So it was September, October until the World Cup.
Was it just you?
Yes.
Just him. And he was the only one, from all the people we collaborated with, he was the only one that delivered on time. It was amazing.
Yeah, it still hasn't launched, by the way.
Not yet. It's highly confidential.
3D Max, haven't you?
Yeah, 3ds Max, V-Ray, yeah. But I mean, it's...
Yeah.
I don't want to do one like that again anytime soon.
Well, you will. We'll, working on another one.
Yeah.
Hopefully not that. There's so much time constraint.
Oh, yeah.
Just thinking in terms of clients management, did things go through Barker Langham, or were you having to sort of speak directly to the
Yes,
clients?
sometimes they wanted to see the progress of his work, and yeah, so I was like, Ron, can you join a call with the client? And then he was like, sort of explaining everything that he was on doing to them, and they were actually fascinated with everything. It looks so well informed and so realistic and so professional that I think they sort of forgot to actually. So only at the very end they were like, oh, by the way, can you let us know where the sources of all your work come from and who are the people that you've consulted as like subject matter experts? I think because they were so confident that was an amazing work done by him, and then it was just so they were very specific with all the rest of the types of media we've done. Like they've come with many comments on every little thing. With Grant's work, there's just approved like straight away. So it's just very, very good to work with them.
Thank you very much. We have Neil, the King's Digital Lab, and using 2D and 3D.
Okay. Typically, I realise I can't see my notes, so I'm going to have to wing it a little bit. Neil Jakeman, King's Digital Lab, Senior Research Software Analyst there. If you want to follow our work, that's the Twitter thing. Closing in on 3,000 followers, so like and subscribe and all that. The snappy title, using 2D and 3D digital tools. For a fresh perspective on a well-known artwork, but it just rolls off the tongue. The well-known artwork in question is this picture by Titian. So this is Diana and Action, which is owned by the National Gallery in London and the National Galleries of Scotland. It kind of swaps around, and it's a painting by Titian, one of 7. God, I really could do with those notes right now, I realise. That's okay, we'll be okay. No, that's fine. If you may know this painting, it's a picture from inspired by Ovid's, a story from Ovid's Metamorphoses. And what we see is the hunter Action coming upon the entourage of Diana the Huntress in the forest, and sort of transgressing into that space. And for his pains, he gets cursed, turned into a stag, and then torn to shreds by his own hounds. So that's what happens there. So these 7 pictures had come together to the National Gallery early 2020, sorry. For the first time in 500 years, they brought these pictures together, and then almost immediately the COVID lockdown happened, right? So no one was going to get to see these. No one was actually good. There's a good chance that no one's going to get to see this exhibition, which I think was called Love, Death and Desire, or something like that. So KCL was at that time in a kind of research partnership with the National Gallery called NGX, National Gallery X, where we were looking at ways to leverage new technology, to innovate and create impact in the glam sector. And as part of that programme, there were a number of residencies. And one of these residencies was taken up by a company called Playlines, and the owner of Playlines is Rob Morgan, who's quite a close associate of the lab. And he had to pivot very quickly from his original concept of that residency to this kind of he had hoped to do an on-site experiment in this particular area that they set aside, but quickly what he decided to do instead was work towards creating this digital framework for presenting a piece of work which used the ubiquity of AR capabilities in people's devices, so that they could bring that painting into their homes or into their gardens in this case, put it on the wall. You know, so far so normal. But what Rob's extra vision was that in addition to just having that painting there, he wanted to demonstrate that there was a kind of breadth of different curatorial voices and experiences and opinions about this work, and at any given time the person using the app could jump from one curatorial viewpoint to another. And so it just so happened in one of the first early meetings we were talking about how we could fold KCL expertise into this project, and it so happened I'd kind of personally been working up with another work in the National Gallery's collection, which is Messina's St Jerome and his Study. And what I've been trying to do with this picture, so the simple one-point perspective and these sharp architectural lines encouraged me to experiment with the idea of trying to turn this image into a 3D representation of the same image, partly because if you look at it, I mean, there's a slight sense of what's happening spatially isn't entirely plausible, but it's, and I thought that there might be something in just the very act of converting this thing from 2D into 3D that would give some insight into how those elements were placed. And it would just be an interesting thing to do. And so the suggestion was that I try to do this with the Titian painting as well. So it was too late to do that, to fold that into the app that Rob had created. But what we ended up contributing to that project was a recorded conversation between myself and the artist Tom DeFreston about the relative merits of this as an approach and what kind of insights he, as an art historian, could gain from looking at this painting in a new way. So the kind of the whole process that underpins this conversion, if you like, the starting point is using this piece of software, which is essentially the plugin for Blender. It's called FSpy. And what we do is we work out parallel converging lines of towards vanishing points, given the visual cues we can see in the image. And by doing that, we can essentially solve for where the camera, or the viewer in this case, would be. It's normally a piece of software that you'd use with a photo. So using information from the different vanishing points, we can say, okay, the camera is here, and this will make a camera setup for me, which I can then bring into the 3D software Blender, and it sets up my perspective, and then it's up to me to start creating the geometry that matches the painting. So I think before we get into more about the methodology, there's a quick video. I'm not sure if this is playing straight away. So very quick. I didn't have long to work on this. It was purely a personal, like a passion project really. There wasn't really any money to do with this. And I wasn't really, one of the things I didn't like about the way I approached this project is there was far too much, for me, interpretation and subjectivity in what I was doing here. I spent far too long making the characters detailed. I spent far too long doing things which weren't really adding to the research question. My key finding at that time that I thought was interesting was I couldn't make the perspective work without truncating this poor nymph's legs into the back of this plinth. And we had this conversation, Tom and I, about how that was you know, it kind of underlined that this was a completely invented space, no matter how kind of satisfying it might be, and intuitively we kind of understand that space. But also what I found interesting is, as we kind of float around, is how much we fill in as the viewer, how much is left to the imagination, because actually the frame of this picture is very narrow. It's pretty much square in its aspect ratio. We'll fade in the borders again now. And as soon as you kind of move out of that framing, the whole scene kind of breaks down, it falls apart, and you really can't avoid making sort of quite big interpretive leaps. So I thought, let's come back to this project 3 years later and just see if it can be done a little bit better, a little less concerned about the output and what it looks like, which kind of sat in what I thought was an uncomfortable area between this kind of schematic exploration of composition and light and a kind of pudgy rendered sort of 3D sculpt. So taking that completely back to basics, I went to, I thought, how do we make this like completely systematic from the outset? I'm not even going to look at this painting and interpret it. I thought AI has happened, right? I don't need to do that anymore. So I asked a couple of AIs, and we've got, okay, one AI told us, so I'll just come out so I can read it. A painting of a group of naked men and women in a wooded area with a man holding a red cloth, Domenichino, Renaissance oil painting, a Flemish Baroque mannerism. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Let's see, this is from the OpenAI's clip tagging library. But interestingly, if you use a different tagging library, this is from the second one was trained on a lot of manga and anime, and I'll read that out to you just for comic value. Barefoot, blonde hair, breasts, brown hair, fine art parody, medium breasts, multiple boys, multiple girls, nude painting, medium penis, realistic, traditional medium. Okay, so we've got very different sort of, but totally systematic interpretations. And so that second description is you know, it's borderline pornographic, which is interesting because, but we'll come back to that point a little bit later in the presentation, because you won't be surprised to learn that Titian had, over the years, or the work of Titian has been interpreted as pornographic in some circles. Okay, 2D stuff first. Just getting that image into a piece of Affinity Photo. Affinity Photo is an image editing software. Just gave you the luxury of just zooming around, looking at the detail. Some of that detail is really obvious, and some of it's less obvious. So I've marked up a few things. We've got, you know, that really passionate, vengeful look that Diana is giving Actaeon from across the water. You've got her tiny little dog instantly telling the audience or the viewer that Actaeon's presence is not wanted. There's all these little bits of lots of symbolism scattered all over the place. So you've got the skull, in number 3, you've got the skull of a stag up on that ruin. In number 4, you can just about make out, I think, that there's skins hanging from the trees. And then there were little things I thought were interesting. So number 5, there's one of the nymphs is kind of, she's got her head coming out from one side of the pillar and her hand is hooked around the other side of the pillar. And I might just be able to make it out, but it seems that at some point Titian had kind of repositioned that hand, moved it down. It'd gone to the trouble of making a very sort of quite minor change, but hadn't gone to the trouble of rubbing out his previous work. And then in number 6, what you can maybe again just about see, which is quite common in these sorts of narrative images, is you've got the whole story. So you've got the before, the middle, and the end. And what you can see there is Diana in the hunt with that little white streak there, chasing a stag in the distance. But what really caught my eye from this point of view of this project was what is going on with the water. And I was looking at the water, I think doesn't look right. It looked like it was on a tilt, and I thought, what visual cues are there to sort of confirm that it is on a tilt? And of course, this is the painting as it should hang, and this reflection, this rag, which is hanging down from, which is being used to dry Diana's feet, has this odd. Well, it's clearly not vertical, it's clearly not perpendicular. And if you correct the water for that, suddenly, so that reflection is now hanging down. You have to rotate the painting about 16 degrees to get the water to sit level. And instantly the whole painting is thrown off balance. The ruin in the background looks like it's about to fall over, and the plausibility is instantly kind of thrown into question of this space. Another thing I really like is that plinth has now levelled out. And the reason I point that out is because one of the interpretations that I've read of this painting is that, or elements of this, is that plinth is bowing essentially under the weight of the power and the presence of the nymphs, whose kind of presence belies their kind of harmless appearance. But you know, give the painting a little tilt, and it all just makes sense again. Okay. Compositional conventions. Okay, we're still in the 2D world at the moment. I thought let's just overlay some typical grids, which we normally they might be used in photography or art. If I put a thirds grid over the image, I don't see any particular correlation with the composition. Similarly, if I use some diagonals, maybe you could arguably say there's something happening with the faces. But it wasn't until I switched over to the golden spiral compositional tool, or the logarithmic spiral, that for me, and it might be me reading a little bit into this, it really seems to match the flow of the shapes and the composition. It really leads the eye for me from the bottom right round. And then coming back to that point about pornography or pornographic reading of this painting, it rather suggestively ends up that spiral just culminates on that reclining nymph. A quick word about colour. So you'd look at this, I think most people looking at this painting was glancing at this painting would think there's these two obvious big swashes of colour, the red beneath Diana and the red curtain that's kind of dividing Action from the scene afterwards. And those are very dominant, and they're clearly quite symbolic and significant. But if we do a quick sort of statistical bucket of how the colour is used in this painting, if I look at the top 5 hues, which you can see over there, it's actually it's just variations on brown and mud and dark. If we add in 10 colours, we start to get a kind of dark blue emerging. And it's not until I bring in 15 different colours based on this palette, on the palette generated from this painting, that we actually start to see the reds. That's not, it's not telling me anything particularly new, but as a layman, I think it's interesting that that's something, an element that's so important in the composition and brings so much impact or striking impact to the composition, is actually achieved with very little in terms of of the use of colour. Okay, F-SPY. I talked again about how to about identifying these convergent lines. So this this process that I went through is probably something that only really works with where you have sufficient parallel lines that maybe wouldn't work so well in organic or completely organic images, and certainly not in abstract images, of course. The other thing I wanted to note from finding on F-SPY was that I could also, once I'd solved for that perspective, it was clear that the horizontal line from the viewer's point goes straight through the eye line of Diana. So again, you're being placed, or you've got an awareness of where you're being placed as the viewer in this image and who you're being led to identify with. Okay. Technical stuff. So I got into this is one of the things I wasn't happy with the last time. You know, we talked about the nymph and her cut off legs. So this time I wanted to take a bit more of a systematic approach to trying to get these characters in the right at the right depth, the right apparent distance. And so I made this assumption. I googled the average male height, 177 centimeters, average female, 163 centimeters. And I reused that as a standard throughout all the figures. And it's not that much of a leap because in all likelihood, most of the female models here were probably the same. Each of these female figures is probably the same model, just rendered in different poses. But yeah, knowing that, I brought the image into Quantum GIS. I registered it in a sort of Cartesian space, so it wasn't distorted by any map projection. And I equated a pixel to a meter, and using that, I could work out the height in pixels, if you like, of these characters, and then work back to work out how big a centimeter was, or how many pixels were needed to represent a virtual centimeter at different depths. And then we made this kind of big leap about, it's all with reference from where Action is standing, which I calculated at about 6.6 meters. And again, it's quite presumptuous. It's based on knowing that a 50mm lens is equivalent roughly to the human eye in the way it renders depth. That's why the photographers call it a nifty 50. Okay, but another approach, another AI approach. I was thinking about how I could again be a bit systematic about depth, and I use stability AI or stable diffusion, and I generated some depth maps. So dark areas are distant, light areas are closer. Again, there are different approaches. This is Zoe depth calculation, which is kind of held to be, I think, real world reliable, or more reliable than the method, this is the Lerez method, which gives us quite a detailed depth map. But what you tend to find is there's far too much ends up right at the front of the image. But even just taking those depth maps, combining them with the original image, we can get a sort of crude 3D interpretations, which you are seeing there. Okay, but I only used another few AI models just to see what else we could play with. One of the things was pose analysis. So stable diffusion was able to look at this and spit out how the characters were standing, so I could standardize that. Soft edges in the painting, normal maps. So again, it was like a bit of a visual help in trying to interpret the painting. Not of particular use, but this was an automatic segmentation of the image. So red being human characters, blue being animals, and so on and so forth. Okay, so as I said, I'd got really overly hung up on details and making people be voluptuous or have the right hairstyles or the right clothes. And I thought, I'm not going to bother with that. So I'm going to strip all the figures back to basics, because what it's about at the end of the day is just light and composition and what that can tell us. But trying to pose a character in 3D in a 2D space is actually pretty difficult. So this is my lovely assistant Kirsty demonstrating using Gravity Sketch to use mannequins in a scene that I'd exported from Blender with the original painting behind her as reference, and she's manipulating the mannequins in a very kind of intuitive and tactile way, which you could then export back into the original scene. And the last thing, again, about composition, I think that this is what we ended up with the second time around, is I wanted the light. I wanted to find out where the light was coming from, who it was focused on, and in order to achieve that sort of diffuse light quality, I used a large area light, and it was trial and error. I just kind of moved it around until it looked right, and the shadows looked as if they were in the painting. And it should come as no surprise, I suppose, that it looked right as soon as I angled the light directly at Diana. But it's nice to kind of be able to examine those things in that kind of detail. So here's my sort of stripped, pared back version of that video. I'm much happier with this version of it, even though it doesn't look, there's no colour here. It's just, I know that what's been done this time has been, you know, you can see I haven't bothered to worry about if someone's foot is missing under a piece of a bit of water. It was important that the composition was roughly was more correct. That nymph no longer has her knees buried in a plinth at the back of the painting. The only materials we've got here are like diffuse on the ground and the ruin. We've got some subsurface scattering on the people, and we've got some reflection on the water surface. So it's just brought it completely back to the basics and just looking at the raw elements of that image, which gives me less than a minute just to mention all the bits of software that I used. Started off the first time around, it was just Blender and F-Spy. And this time I spent a lot more time in Affinity Photo, Gravity Sketch I mentioned, Quantum GIS, Stability AI, Stable Diffusion, and a little iPad app called Posit, which is also quite helpful in getting those figures correctly positioned. And I will need to tidy up my presentation before I give it to you for dissemination. But yeah.
Very much.
Just a quick question for me is how are you going to use this for educational purposes? Here is really enabling the student painting and using computational and how is it to do that? Useful new angles to approach these sorts of, not just paintings, but
I haven't had any of those conversations. As I say, it's been very much a personal project, and I think I sort of questioned the value of it as an approach. What am I doing here, really, other than just satisfy my own intellectual and creative curiosities? But it wasn't until I spoke to Tom who actually kind of convinced me that this was kind of a valid approach, and it was interesting to go in as a non-expert, if you like, completely uninformed for me, and just explore this painting without any sort of preconceptions of what I was supposed to see or what I was going to see. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. Well, you're the matchmaker, Jeff. I think if you think there are avenues to do this, but I think hopefully we'll get an opportunity to do that with some of the projects in the lab that are coming up over the next year or so. So we'll be working with some artists in residence and those sorts of things. So we'll see if I can take it anywhere.
And then if you're sitting at home and you're interpreting things, you can have a class at home with different people. So spread all over the country, around the world. And then you get the feedback from them, and then you iterate and improve it, and so it becomes a really beautiful little teaching tool.
Especially for like 3D environment students that are modelling and creating a scene of people or other objects, and actually understanding the depth of the light source and how the shadows fall and everything else.
Yeah.
And even colours, because it's really important. That visual impact is quite important.
Well, one thing I only discovered this week, and maybe as any people who are well versed in Renaissance art might know this, but this actually turns out to be one of two paintings that are always hung together. The other one is Diana and Callisto, and they are joined thematically by that stream into the other painting. And I think Titian had envisaged that they would be hung either side of a window because the light comes from different directions in both paintings. So, I mean, and all my exploration in this painting was done in isolation. I hadn't registered that, and it'd be interesting to go back again for a third time and sort of think about the two together.
It's quite interesting as well that the colour palette that came up, because it wasn't until you went to, I think it was 15, wasn't it, that the red showed up, and yet Titian is known for it's Titian red. That
right,
is known for Titian red because he uses red in all of his paintings, and yet it was significantly lower than all the other colours he used. So.
Yeah, and I think one of the things when I first started looking at this painting, I wasn't a particular fan of it. But I think I got to know it really intimately, which is what I call like a really close reading of the painting. And what I started to appreciate, or had more appreciation for, was the economy of the strokes, the economy of colour and detail, and what was achieved through very small differences and variances.
Any other questions?
Just wondering whether you could do it with landscapes. Would that work? Would it need strong kind of figures?
I hadn't really thought about it. I mean, it's a challenge. As I say, but the technique, everything's kind of underpinned. What you see there is based on, it's pretty rocky ground. Basically, I'm making some assumptions about architecture that I can't see. I'm making assumptions about symmetry that I can't confirm, but I'm using those assumptions to make those convergent lines and therefore place my camera. So, whatever, it looks okay to me, but I'm also very aware that, it can't be separated from my subjectivity, and just trying to work out how to be completely systematic using these sorts of tools, I think would be an interesting thing to codify and to see if there's a procedure there.
You can kind of get inside the painting, and what sprang to mind is there's a view from one of the hills outside of Winchester. There's some sort of cattle drivers in the foreground because they take them into the city. You can see down into you can see the cathedral and some buildings and things like that. And I thought, well, get inside that sort of painting in this way.
Well, I suppose if you know the size of the average cow and the size of the Winchester Cathedral, and you could work out, how high it is in centimetres, then yeah, we could play with those kind of ideas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Jeff from King's College London. I'm an archivist, which means I'm a jack of all trades and master of none. No. And then this is my colleague Tam, who is from Cradle of English, which is a company that, well, you can talk about it in a second, what you do exactly. So I've been involved in this space for quite a few years. I'm no expert. Years ago, I developed an app to do with Florence Nightingale in London, and that developed all sorts of techniques and so on that have gone on to be used elsewhere by other people. And my job, as Neil was saying, really is as a matchmaker. So I put people together and build communities of practice and that sort of thing. And that's kind of what this little brief talk is about. So it's about, we've heard here some fantastic examples of projects, and there are many, there are hundreds and there are thousands, in fact, in the UK and Europe and around the world that we could point to, one of the things we do need is a one-stop shop, whether that's Wikipedia or some kind of wiki that enables you to actually see what other people have done before and connect with the relevant individuals, so that we're not reinventing the wheel all the time. But that's another thing, and that would be quite a useful thing for us to do. How can we make these experiences that we're seeing sustainable, so that they're not just flashes in the pan, as it were, but that they have an afterlife, so that we can return to, whether it's Qatar or whether it is Malmesbury or whether it is a Titian. And shall we click, actually, if we double click on that, then that might.
Slideshow, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's better. Yeah. How can these experiences, should they in actual fact, because one of the things that I tell new archivists when they're being trained, they ask, well, how do we preserve everything? And you say, well, you don't. The first thing you need to understand is what you're not going to keep and what won't survive, as most of the things in our lives are ephemeral. 99.99% of our lives disappear without trace. The conversations we have, the experiences, the smells and sounds and everything are ones that pass us by, and our brains filter them out. We might keep diaries, we might keep other snapshots on our phones, but that's all they are, is snapshots, so that we can help reconstruct what our lives were like if we're looking back at them, or subsequent generations can do the same. So what do we keep, what don't we keep? So I'm not proposing that we keep all these experiences, these immersive experiences necessarily, because some of them are, they're for an event, they might be for the World Cup or whatever, and then they're been and gone. But on the other hand, we don't want to lose all that expertise and all the input and the scholarly input that's gone into understanding a landscape or a painting or whatever it happens to be, because otherwise it's very wasteful economically, and it's wasteful in terms of our time and energy. We should be able to build on what we've done before rather than reinvent the wheel every single time. There we go. So essentially what we're doing now in this phase is really just a continuation of what's been happening for 30 years in digital scholarship more broadly and digital humanities more broadly. So there are thousands of projects that have been funded and initiated, and Neil, probably more so than many of us, knows the challenge of what to do with those legacy databases and legacy websites and so forth. Often the result of very substantial grants from the AHRC and funding bodies. And in the past, sustainability wasn't necessarily properly appreciated by funders, so it wasn't required. That's changed, but it's still not a perfect playing field. And I know that from King's Digital Lab's point of view, one of the first things that you had to do when you set up King's Digital Lab was deal with dozens and dozens of very substantial legacy databases, major projects that have been funded on Anglo-Saxon coinage or whatever it happens to be, huge amounts of work and time and expertise that have gone into those. And at the end of it, all that's really been preserved might be a monograph, it might be a series of essays. There'll be a conference that may or may not, a major conference perhaps. Even so, papers won't necessarily have been preserved from those. The lessons learned won't necessarily have been preserved from them. And so the outputs are quite ephemeral. And they've gone into the expertise of the academics involved, and they take those on to the next job and the next job and the next job. But in 100 years, there may not be very much to show for it. And I know that you and your team, Neil, have been having to grapple with that central issue of the sustainability of historical databases, and immersive experiences are an extension of that problem. So there have been a number of initiatives in recent years that have attempted to join up the dots a bit more, and we're familiar with some of them, and I've just mentioned here Europeana and the Towards the National Collection programs, and aggregation sites that have pulled together data from different databases like British History Online, that's taken material from Old Bailey Online and other constituent projects and brought it together to increase use. And if things are used, they tend to be preserved, which is an important lesson. Now, one of the things that I think is very, very important is that the different groups of people that are involved in these projects, and when the projects take on a broader life, they're not necessarily aligned in terms of the language that they use, or indeed their aims and objectives. So IT developers, to take that as a broad brush term, but that can be pulled into, layered into different types of practitioner, all with different languages and vocabularies and so on. So that's a catch-all in itself. People who are funding projects, people who are administering projects in universities, for example, local government, businesses, private, public, they all speak different languages. And what we need to do, and what I spend a lot of my time doing, is being a sort of Babel fish. So is getting people in a room, and it's as if they're speaking literally different languages. And that's to be a kind of, I suppose, a gearing mechanism to allow the different gears to work together into a seamless whole, so that people begin to understand and they go, I know what you mean by that now. I know what you mean by that now. Whereas otherwise, they're just different people on different tables. They don't understand each other. And it's impossible to build sustainable communities of practice unless people can understand one another. So a couple of examples of where we think we've done it right, I would say. One is the project that I run, which is a charity in London called AIM25. If you look at the website, it's terribly old-fashioned, just being updated right now. As we speak, but I think the important thing is not that. It's not the glitzy technology, it's what underpins it, which is a sense of community and of usefulness to the people that are using the website. It's an aggregation website of archive catalogues for archives in London. So it enables researchers, people in their own homes, students and others, to cross-search all the archives and find material that's relevant to them. But it's also a community of the 150 organisations and institutions that make it up. And we developed it's a legal identity, so it's a charitable incorporated organisation. It has a cultural identity, and it's useful to its members, and that's ensured its longevity. So it's been around since 2000, which doesn't sound that long, but it's actually quite a long time for a site, a website, and a database in this space. So it's continually used, so that's nearly 25 years. And usefulness will probably mean longevity in one way or another. And then X-archiving, that I'm working together with TAM. So this is a group of individuals, so Cradle of English, King's College London, and Playlines, as Rob Morgan, that was mentioned just before by Neil, so public and private. And so we're looking to do several different things here throughout the UK, basically. And that's to develop, so it's taking a step back from the individual projects that we've heard about today, and that there are many, many examples of, and say, what can we do better together? And what lessons can we learn to really knit together these experiences into something that's much more substantial, that has benefits socially. So getting people back to work, dealing with underemployment and so forth, regenerating communities, so that might be empty shops and banks that we heard earlier with Malmesbury, regenerating cities. It might be health and well-being, so it could be dealing with depression, or it could be dealing with anxiety, using this sort of technology in a public space to do that. I'm always very keen. The heritage space, the cake is very small, funding. If you can increase the size of the cake, then your slice is that much bigger. So if you can deal, I've always been a fan of the global challenges kind of initiative, which is you look at what are the 6 major challenges that the world faces, such as overpopulation or global warming or whatever it happens to be, and tap into the funding that's available, and you use your expertise and leverage it. And then you're not dealing with a cake that's the size of a fairy cake, you're dealing with something that's an enormous great cake, and your slice is 10 times bigger than you would have had if you just said, we just deal with heritage and we're heritage people and we're not doing anything else. No, you're not. You're about well-being. You're about improving people's life chances and so on. So you turn the question around on its head, and that's the best way, so that you become experts in other things and become useful to people in other walks of life. And so what we've done with X-archiving, we had a launch conference last November, and the purpose of that was to bring together these disparate communities, practitioners, so developers, public, people involved in public spaces and regeneration, because outside King's College and the Strand, it's been pedestrianised recently. With the North Bank Business Improvement District, we're working with the Fleet Street Business Improvement District, so to see whether we can have common approaches that can be rolled out across all the bids nationally, so that this type of technology and interpretation can be used whether you're in Dundee or whether you're in Llandudno or whether you're in Truro or in London. At the moment that doesn't happen, which is insane, but that's because of the way that public finances and so on work. There is lots of different reasons why this doesn't work. And so we wanted to do several things through X-archiving. So one of those was bring those practitioners together through conferences and events and workshops, and to think about funding in a more holistic way. So we can go forward on that. And thinking about how this fits into the digital public realm, which Tam, you're going to speak about in just a moment. I'll try and get this to work. Let's see if I can. Yeah, here we go. Let's see that there should be a little video. Skip verification. Let's see whether this is working. So if there's sound on here.
The poetry of history lies in the quasi-miraculous fact that once on this earth, once on this familiar spot of ground, walked other men and women.
Doesn't
as
work.
actual.
How do we? I haven't got glasses today, which is a bugger. Maybe you can see. I can't actually see.
Okay, so the escape is there. So we want to basically. It's still not showing, is it? So shoot. Let's go back to the.
Let's go back to it. Yeah.
And can I just close that down?
Yeah. Oh,
great.
Yeah.
Sorry.
These are fantastic
pictures. I'm going to have to.
There we are.
Yeah, there you go.
That's great. Don't ask me how to get back to the other one.
Today.
Yeah, I'll see. Or maybe we just go back on here from the beginning. Let's just scroll through those. So the key thing here is that we had some really, really good speakers. So we had private companies like Lego were there at the last conference, national bodies, English Heritage and so on, representatives of local government, app makers and software developers, and we had scholars and university academics who study this. And we brought all these people together in the hope that we can begin translating their various languages and come up with a series of national approaches and strategies to think strategically about XR so that we can inform and advocate at a national level. And that's really the next step. And we're going to have another conference at King's this November. So stay in touch. We've got a website that's launching soon, so you'll be able to get all the information on that. I'll hand over to Tam now to talk about the next.
For a couple of slides, yes, we'll move that forward one. Right. Well, Cradle of English started in 2019, and it was very much different business than it is now. But one of the things that's emerged over these years has been this issue of sustainability. and no more so than because of what we've seen happen with COVID. Summed up in a word. Creative English was started because of my fascination with what happened in Fleet Street after the printing presses first moved in around 1500, and the relationship of those printing presses to the development of the English Enlightenment, the Scientific Revolution, and to a large extent Western civilization. But while I was fascinated with questions that preoccupied people like Samuel Johnson and John Milton and so on, and the politicians and all of that, COVID happened, and some very quick things happened that it's very easy for us to think now that, to remember how consequential these events were. That the tourism industry around the world tanked, airlines tanked, universities under threat because the students, not just universities, but the entire educational sector, because the students couldn't show up. So all of a sudden you had a problem with the tourism and hospitality industry, an opportunity with education because so much education was going online. And then we saw what we've got here, say here, is the emergence of the digital public realm. Architects have been talking about the public realm for an awfully long time in terms of how the buildings work, the logistics, the transportation systems that make cities work. And all of a sudden, nothing worked. And people were working from home and wondering if we would ever return to the public space. This turned an awful lot of our questions at Cradle of English on their heads. Just about the time I was getting to know Jeff and the people in his ecosystem and communities of practice, and we started talking about bringing the community together to address issues of what is the future of tourism? What's the future of tourism going to be when we all get back to being together again? And if we take, to the extent that we take tourism online, and we have all sorts of fantastic initiatives, a couple of which you've seen today, is that going to inhibit people to return to the real world? Are the problems with technology as they're changing through and beyond COVID going to inhibit people from returning from their comfortable studies to Fleet Street in the city? How is the invigoration of the digital public realm going to cause problems with the real world public realm? These are the sort of issues that we were addressing with the conference at X-Archiving. So we were looking to inspire a renaissance of eco-friendly tourism, encouraging more people to engage with the wonders of English heritage, although it could be heritage issues anywhere in the world. But we were particularly concerned with the British position and London in particular, because that's where we were. But in broadening the environment in which tourism happens, could we get more people inspired to come to Malmesbury than ever would have done before by engaging with the world? And for the few people in the room now that weren't here when we had our Malmesbury presentation, and we had Jeff's immediate off the top of his head litany of key points that would make Malmesbury address the wider world. Those are all things that we can think of realistically now that weren't being thought of before. More people coming into Fleet Street in the city. The explosion in remote learning, extended reality, XR, and AI innovations, that's all very much part of what we're trying to do with creating what we've trademarked as a term we call immersio. And I was handing out the little leaflet for the prototype immersio we're developing right now. It was, in a sense, launched as a concept at the first X-Archiving conference. We're looking to launch the prototype itself at the next one. But that prototype is based upon following Shakespeare's footprint in London around 1608, at the time that the Blackfriars Theatre was developed, and is a celebration of the quatercentenary this year of the First Folio. For those who aren't familiar, the elevator pitch for the First Folio was these two actors decided that without their work, Shakespeare's legacy would never be what in fact it's become, because there had only been 18 plays published in quarto. And if that was going to be Shakespeare's legacy, we would have lost all these other plays that hadn't been published at all. Macbeth and Twelfth Night, Julius Caesar, Antony and Cleopatra. And with those plays would have gone not only the scripts, but the subsequent performance history and the social impact of all those performances. So they got the scripts together, published them in one big book, and it didn't make very much money at the time, but now most recently we've seen one of the 235 surviving copies of the First Folio sell in New York for $10 million. It's a big and it's a consequential book. And what excites us about it at Cradle of English, and by extension our friends at King's, what excites us about that is that technology, this combination of technologies and the work that we're doing with Digital Lab and with the Open University and with our principal investigator at De Montfort University, Gabriel Egan, who's one of the top Shakespeare scholars in the country. That work can be as consequential for the next 500 years as the printing presses were in 1500. Think of what's happened in the world because of what the printing presses have done from the 15th, 16th century onwards. And imagine how if we're looking back 500 years from now and saying, so what did AI actually do for you? What did all this virtual reality, all this lovely 3D panopticon extraction and so on, how did that all coalesce into a new ecosystem of communication and marketing and publishing that enabled us to do all kinds of things? What did it do for the tourism industry? What did it do for educational technology and so on? I mentioned Gabriel Egan from De Montfort, and he won't mind me telling this story very briefly, but one of the things that was most concerning for me when I was introduced to Gabriel after the conference was that he said, well, you know, I was the principal investigator for the AHRC grant that established the Shakespeare London Theatre Initiative, anachronized him here as SHELT. 2008 to 2013, it took off. In 2013, in February of that year, if you'd understood the trajectory of wonderfulness that he had built into this model, you'd think, well, this thing's got a fantastic trajectory, and it's Shakespeare, for heaven's sakes. Oh, I got one of these. Here's the SHELT website. It's still visible today.
It's not coming up.
It's not going up. Oh, right. Yeah. So we got to go through this again.
Well, imagine a website.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We'll just talk to it. The point is, you can see this website right now, and you go to the top of the Twitter feed, and the last tweet is from February 2013. And then after that date, it just stopped. Lots of the content is still there, but the links are not live. Not only they're not live here, but they're not live there. Because when the funding ran out, everybody just stepped away from the project. And I said to Gabriel, didn't this annoy you? The lack of sustainability in all these ventures, and think of the exciting ventures we saw earlier today. What happens if they just stop? Critical people go, the funding runs out. The communities of practice to which Jeff was alluding earlier, they break up for any number of reasons. What can we do to build sustainability into the business model of everything we do? Not just commercial sustainability, not just understanding the data, but understanding the net effect of all of these people coming together and doing good work. All that midnight oil that you were burning in order to do what if the project isn't there to be built on in 5 years' time? So behind all of this, in my mind, there was this famous quote that's become almost the foundation of my own philosophy of building businesses and so on. That John Ruskin, the 19th century writer, who said that we must measure ourselves as a civilization, not by what we have achieved, but by what we are now enabled to conceive. So it's the future of what we're doing. X-archiving is not just a bunch of librarians and archivists getting together with their data. Precious and fascinating though that is. It's what do we do with that? What do we do as a result of the fine detailed work that Neil's doing with Rob Morgan with the paintings and so on? How do we build on that? So developing this ecosystem and constantly re-examining, what do we mean as a community when we talk about ecosystem? What do we mean by sustainability? What are the terms of reference under which we will ensure that what we have been doing, we can sustain forever? So as I say here, the trick will lie in immersive initiatives that stick around, and that's what we're trying to do with X-archiving. Just well, I'm not going to start getting into these because if I couldn't make the other link work, I'm not going to make this work. But Cradle of English, on the little leaflet I've shown you, it serves as my business card as well for people who want to contact me. But cradleofenglish.com is up there, and that particular link goes through to a slide deck. The slide deck tells you the entire story, and I could stand here for 3 hours and tell you the story of how we've got here. But I mentioned Crane Court for a particular reason. For those of you that know Fleet Street, there are about 8 little alleys that wander up off the north side of Fleet Street. And a lot of them they follow the footprint of the ancient city. Because after the fire of London, they had to rebuild pretty much to the old footprint because the people who had lost their houses hadn't lost their memory of where their houses had been. So when Christopher Wren came in with this great plan for how they were going to rebuild the city with all of these Parisian-style boulevards, the population was saying, "Oh no, you bleeding well aren't going to do that. My house is going to be there again." So those little alleyways are still there. And Crane Court we chose that for a sort of a prototype of Museo, which is famous for being the first London permanent home of the Royal Society. And we were able to put up false fronts on buildings and reconstruct a gallows at the T-junction of Fetter Lane and Fleet Street, where for 130 years a gallows was put there to hang Catholics. So as Newton and his buddies were establishing the Royal Society, they were walking to work every day past the gallows. It's rather interesting that once we had the Museo produced on our website and producing web analytics that dwarfed the rest of what we were doing with our website, the Museo has been extremely popular, even though it's very much Janet and John in technology terms. But one of the tweets we had was from a lawyer who's actually working in a building at that corner, and he said, "I've been working in these chambers for 30 years, and it's shuddering thought to think that for all that time there was a gallows standing up right outside my front door." Glad to have missed that. Anyway, so that's the big opportunity we're developing now, to develop this particular prototype on the first folio. And with this sort of technology, we think, for reasons that all of you know as well as we know, it enables us to address a diverse and global audience that we hope we can sustain, or use to sustain a network of immersive developments like this. And with that, I think that I'll hand it back to Jeff for winding up.
So there are a number of elements here that we're looking at, and Lego pieces that need to be bolted together. So one is around common standards around metadata and software, and we've heard, so there's proprietary software, there's open source, and organizations like the Digital Preservation Coalition and the DCC and other ones worldwide have been looking at all this for years. So what we have to work with those umbrella organizations to understand what we need to do, and there's a lot of work happening right now with 3D and immersive standards, and so we need to bring those together so that we understand the implications and what's missing. But also it's things like the interoperability. If you're embedding objects that are archival or gallery objects in immersive experiences, how do you do so in a way that's persistent, and that you can connect those to underlying databases, so museum databases and other pieces of software, and to do so in such a way that it's sustainable in 10, 15, 20, 30 years time, or always bearing in mind the integrity of the original source data so that you can recreate things if you need to, like all the material for Qatar. You need to be able to go back to the original if your renderings no longer exist. And I think about common definitions as well, because people use terminology quite fluidly, not necessarily with a degree of accuracy, and they mean different things. So immersive is a case in point. What do people mean by immersive experiences? Do they mean a Van Gogh experience in London that is dizzying and has a particular, within a studio environment? Do they mean something that's viewed through Oculus? What do they mean by it? So there's a public awareness. There are two approaches to this. You either begin branding what we do so that people have an awareness of it, and they say there is this industry and a group of practitioners who work in this, and you advocate through cultural and creative industries and through the relevant government departments and marketing channels to do it so that you can sell your wares around the world. And people are aware of what you do, and somebody starting up a SME, small, medium-sized enterprise, they want to work in this space, they go to the people who know can help them do this. Or the other approach is that you bake in immersive methodologies into regular software and business and other processes, so that people are unaware that they're doing things in an immersive-y type way when they use their software. That's the approach we used before with linked open data, by embedding it in commercial software, so that when people are doing their work, they're creating this thing called linked open data, which is semantic. It's to make the internet smarter, basically, but ordinary archivists and others were doing this without being aware that they were doing it. And that's the other alternative approach.
You either make people aware of the, it's like the Wizard of Oz, basically. Do you want them to see the workings or don't you? There are pros and cons. So it's to dovetail into the existing ecosystem so you don't reinvent the wheel. It's to provide use cases that are costed use cases, so that if it's Malmesbury, they want to know how much that costs. I want to do the same in Devizes, but I want to do it even bigger and better. What's in it for me? And I'll go back to my final point, which is if you can think about the bigger problems that humanity faces, and see how the heritage interpretation industry can help identify and support solutions in to those problems, you open up whole new markets, and people understand that it's not just about history. That's I mean, I'm an historian originally, so I love all that personally, but there are a lot of people who aren't really that concerned with it. But they are concerned with it if it's their elderly relative in the nursing home, and this is going to help with their alleviation of their Alzheimer's symptoms or whatever it happens to be, whatever the use is. And that's it. Sorry, we've overrun.
Any questions? Juliana. Oh, yeah, sorry, John.
It's absolutely fascinating. Rights around some shape records and print, and increasing concern must be how that looks. What sort of traction are you getting? Starting to see people move in your direction, and is that understanding, or is it still relatively theoretical?
Well, in part, I mean, we're organising a workshop very soon in this space, and we're going to do a lot more in November. And we've got a couple of applications in the pipeline for funding to do more substantial work. So part of it is about advocacy and about networking kind of activities. I'd say, I think in terms of the immersive Shakespeare experience, that's really attempting to do something quite new, which is to look at, it's not just, it's a lot of virtual experiences in the last 30 years are just virtual replicas of books, really. I mean, a website, in one way or another, can be seen in those terms. Is there something that we can do with immersive that goes beyond that, and to say, actually, this is bigger than the printing press? It's a new way of looking at, because it touches the heart, a new way of looking at the world around us, interacting with the past but the future. So you begin to break down the timelines, and you do all sorts of things that has cultural impact and social impact and educational impact. So something above and beyond what is just a virtual replica of a book.
I'd add to that in addition to the first folio prototype that we're working on, we're actually looking at developing a funding model for examining the impact of this venture. Not just this impact, the impact of the first folio, but of all similar sorts of works. So that whether we're doing something in the heritage space or health and well-being, as Jeff alludes to in that last slide, we want to have a better understanding of this industry we're putting together in terms of being able to say to private equity and investors that this has that sort of impact, that has that sort of impact. We measure this to get that ROI, and we get this to get that ROI. So we're understanding more substantively and responsibly what exactly we can do in building the future of all of these initiatives. And the last point, just to make one of my key points about history. I agree with everything that Jeff said. I think fantastic. But I would never want us to think that what we're involved with is just history or just heritage. Because everything that we're doing is not just about improving local tourism dollars back in our shires. But I think we've got to understand that history is a little bit like philosophy. It enables us to get outside the goldfish bowl of just our perceptions of today to understand where we've been in order to contextualize where we are. And then that establishes what I think is not so much a road to the past, but a runway to the future. And that comes with understanding history in a way that I think the immersive technology paradigm and smarter use of data can only facilitate. And that's why I think that our work is every bit as important as any other immersive application. And with that, I conclude my sermon for the day. We will now all sing.
I was just going to say, just put a spoon in. Europeana, collection of data, metadata, different things, of art, all kinds of different things. Yeah. And there are other collections that are shared. So, am I right in saying that you're conglomerating or wanting to conglomerate more collections that everybody can share and take further and so on and have a better understanding of? Because I was introduced to Europeana a while ago and thought it was ace, absolutely brilliant. The fact that at my fingertips is all of this information. And then you've got the welcome body of information, and then you've got lots of other bodies of information that are stored digitally now. So is yours going to be sustainable in going forward, i.e., or is it going to be sort of drop off the planet at some point? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Well, our job is not to, there's the Europeana data model, and there are data models that underpin these different aggregations that have been developed, and they're all quite well established. There are all sorts of obstacles that we haven't got time to go into today about those types of approaches, IP, national legislation and so on, differences in legal jurisdictions and sensitivity issues, and there are many, many other factors to consider. There have been a number of attempts in the UK to create what is effectively a digital public realm, and I've sat in on meetings many times on those with stakeholders like the BBC and other people that own or control large blocks of data, and it never works out. The problems are political with a small p, they are cultural with a small c, and they're things that you don't expect. They're not necessarily about data. If you're talking about legacy data, that might not be modelled and structured in the right way, because at the time that work was done, people didn't necessarily appreciate, or too few people appreciated, the afterlife of the data. So it has to be done again. So there's an awful lot of public investment that has been wasted. But then there's investment that may not have been wasted because it's led to our understanding, and it's added to the pool of our understanding of the cultural and creative industries, what not to do.
It is interesting, really interesting to do. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm, as you probably know, Debs Wilson. I have worked with heritage information now for, I can't even tell you how long, 93, 96. Just a little pet hobby, as it was at the time, part of my degree. One thing and another, it's led on to become virtual cities. It was the Talking Walls for a long while. I've done a few sites, a couple of sites, but virtual cities is something that I've really wanted to do, and I've now set it up as a spin-off company from the university, so it's Virtual Cities Limited. It's basically not just about building Winchester, rebuilding Winchester. It'll be about other places and things as well. But this one is going to be talking about Winchester and building a small prototype, i.e. a segment of Winchester in the 1400 and 1800, based on two maps, or rather one of them is a combination of maps, because I've got more detail on the 1700 map, which some of the buildings will be there still in the 1800s, but it is primarily 1800 map and a 1400 map, and an awful lot of research. So why? Why am I doing this? Basically, it comes from the Talking Walls, and the fact that we have a very historic city. We have a lot of, a lot of historic buildings. Some are no longer there. And I know software, I suppose, that allows me to build those buildings as they once were. And that's where my real heart is reconstructing buildings that no longer exist, and that people can then walk around them, see how they were lived, hear from the people that used to live there, fingers crossed on some of them, but also in the structure of building, the building is actually bringing the data of how they were built, the materials that were used. Yeah, you're building what's called heritage building information modeling. So that is available using Autodesk Revit, but also Blender is, not that I use Blender at the moment, but Blender has also got plugins now where you can build that data in on more of a programming plugin than an actual, the easy way that Revit does it. Does anyone here know Autodesk Revit? No? No? Okay. I might show you later. So part of doing this is also to teach students how to do exactly the same thing. So we have CAD students, we have 3D environment students, we have 3D visualization students, we have developer students and so on, who are interested in also building buildings with software. Most of them, because they're taught it in the first year, use Blender. Even though I tried to get them to use Revit, because it's so quick to, it's the architectural building solution, basically. It's the industry standard architectural building solution. So if they're using that, then they're employable, they're ready for industry on just that alone, okay? But it also, by giving them a project, a client project in this sense, it gets them to work with the client and so on, and really helps. And some of the buildings you can see up there, the one at the top, you probably know it. It still exists, yeah, in Winchester. Some of you know it. I can't think of the title of the building now. It's just gone completely from my head. But Harry Pye modelled that 3 years ago. So this project has been sort of taking off over a few years, and students have come and gone, and they've been modelling things alongside of me in that period. So we've got much more I'll show you, but we've got Jane Austen House just here. So you can't go into Jane Austen's house. So it's physically there, but you can't go into it. There's been architectural changes to it, but you can't go into it. It's a private house. It's not a museum, okay? Her museum is out in Chawton. So if you wanted the American Jane Austen Society or other societies to come and visit this property, okay, which they do, even though they can't go in, okay, and then they go to the cathedral, etc. So they're coming all the way from America or Australia to come here, all right? But if you put that up online and you've modelled it up, and you've modelled it up faithfully as much as possible from the conversations that's been here today as well, how Jane Austen would have lived in that space in the time before she died, okay, that's going to get quite a lot of hits. If it's a website, yes. But I don't want to just do a website with a model of Jane Austen House on there as a website. It needs to be part of the bigger culture of Winchester, okay? Not just Jane Austen, it's everything else that goes, because who lived on the ground floor? Who lived on the top floor? It wasn't, she didn't live in the whole house, she rented her rooms in this building, okay? So you've got various stories in these buildings going up. So who lived in the pink house? Who lived across the way? What was the community like? These are all the kind of things that the Talking Walls was really about. It's the stories of the people that lived in these buildings. The buildings themselves architecturally faithfully reproduced as much as possible, and the community as a whole, and a repository of as you were saying, a bit of a data bit. So, but as an Unreal, which is now where we're working with, the Unreal Engine rather than 3D Max, because that's my bag that I was using for the Talking Walls. With Unreal Engine, we can put the whole city together. Yeah, and we can show it through different time. John doesn't like me using the word time slices, but through time slices, okay, different periods of time. So with Malmesbury, we've got 2 separate Unreal scenes. Whereas, you know, as time goes on, we learn software even more. I now know that you can actually have the 2 eras in the same, same Unreal project. So then how do you get from one to the other? Because you want to get from one to the other. So the idea of creating portals so that you can walk up to something and then go through and then you're in another era. I actually cracked that only this week. So so I can now get this, well, I'll show you later, get this person, to first person as it turns out, to walk up to a portal and then the delay, which I don't like, and then suddenly you're in 1400 from 1800. And you can see the space as it was in the 1400 compared to the space as it is in the 1800. That is exciting to me. I don't know if it's exciting to you, but it's definitely exciting to me. So on the basis of all of that, I managed to get high funding to set up a spin-off company. So we have a website, thanks to colleagues, and we have branding, thanks to my wonderful husband, and we have, I did try for a trademark, but apparently virtual cities is used by a game company, so I couldn't use that. So I will try again with a different name, but we will get it protected so that it's good, but it's there for everybody. So once the whole thing is done, people can work through it. So if I just go through to this one, I've kind of covered some of the background, but some of the images are good. These are, the top one is Hyde, part of Hyde Abbey in Winchester. This one here is part of the Malmesbury one. I wouldn't be able to have done as much as is there if it wasn't for the students, as Campbell will know with the Malmesbury one, because we had some specific, excellent students working on that, didn't we? But then I'm also a sorry, that's not the right word to use. I like to reuse what is already built in some areas, okay? No point recreating stuff that other people have already created. So for instance, if you've got generic medieval houses or generic 1800 properties or whatever, so you can, or furniture, blah, blah, you can use those. And it's only the buildings that have got maybe a story in it that you actually make properly as it stands. Does that make sense to you now? Yeah, Brian. So it's really important that we don't spend time creating, and you may have found this with your guitar, you don't create stuff that people have already done, you can reuse it. So if I wanted some 1800 furniture, I might go onto TurboSquid or Sketchfab or some other place where there's models that you can access, which you can then use. So you can then populate that building with that furniture or with whatever else. Yeah, you're not actually spending a huge amount of time creating something that's already created. That doesn't make sense. So these little houses here are a pack, I think, from Unreal. So you can just go along and buy a pack from Unreal, say for $80 or even $120. How many hours of time have you saved by just buying that pack, just to populate, a bit like your procedural modeling, so that you can populate an area quite quickly? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do anyway. But none of this is possible without research. not a single bit. So research is really, really important, and that's where the students don't always get it, because they'll think that whatever they model will be fine. And some of the Blender models are paper thin. I mean, so if you walked in there, it would be really difficult because the texturing is one side and then the other side, well, you know, and it doesn't have any substantiality, if you see what I mean. It needs to have a thickness. The walls need to have a thickness so that you can make it feel like you're walking into something. Again, I'll show you on the Unreal site what I mean by that. So the maps you can see up in the, no, not in this slide, next slide. The maps you can see up here are two of the maps. And this one is Martin Biddle's map. And then this is, I can't remember this one here. Oh yeah, it's there, isn't it? Kitchen. So these have been particularly useful. I mean, really particularly useful. And then a lovely friend, colleague, bought me a set of 1,700 maps for my birthday. Massive great maps, which I have also been able to glean information from about the area that we're doing as a prototype. So if I can, do you see my mouse? Is there a mouse up there? No. So if I stand here, so the area when is a prototype is this bit here, going down to this bit here and covering Wolsey. So we're doing this one bit, which I suppose, I won't say is the oldest part of Winchester, but it's certainly quite a significant part of Winchester. So we're modelling that in 14 and 1800. And without those maps, I'd be lost. Okay, and the Biddle map gives me, or provides us with different colours to show, well, you will know about map making, but basically it will tell me whether certain buildings were still there in the 1800s from the 1400s. So I think the pink ones, just in this bottom bit here, there's some pink bits. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yeah, so no, let me say it differently. The orange bits, yeah, are buildings that were there in the 1400 and also there in the 1800. And also some of them still there today. Okay, I think that's about right. Whereas we've got on this map, I don't know if you can see, but on this map you've got St Mary's in the Cemetery, which one of our students this semester has modelled. So the little chapel sitting in there, somewhere there. So there's lots of buildings that are now gone. The Minster and New Minster, they were gone by the 1400s, Ryan, weren't they?
New Minster was.
Yeah.
Old Minster too, yeah.
Yeah. So you won't be able to see it, but you know that's sort of local history information that some of you might not understand. But it's been really important to get it right, so that in the 1400, each of you were saying really that it has to be true. Do you know what I mean? It has to be real. You have to have it so that people will believe what it is you're building is correct. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's the biggest part of the research, is finding all that information. Finding maps is one thing. Finding heights is completely different. You're reading lots of books or taking photos of the fronts of buildings and then bringing them into the software to actually gauge the heights. So there's a lot of technical knowledge needed in order to how to do that. And they also go into the planning department archives to find out changes that have been done to buildings. So it's all that kind of research that a student doesn't necessarily get to understand, that you can't just build it how you want to. So in a game, you can just build as you want to, can't you? Yeah? Yeah? You don't have any restrictions. It can just be what it wants. Yeah? But that's why Ryan was used for Assassin's Creed as a consultant on how it would have been, okay? Because if it was a game that wasn't meant to be Winchester, it wouldn't be a problem. But as it was meant to be Winchester, it was a problem, yeah? So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make it as real as possible. And that's where the research comes in. But you can see the difference in Winchester on the 1400 and the 1800 is it's quite a lot, really. This map, it's good, and it is the one that's 1400, but for me, or for us, it's really difficult because things aren't really the right size, and some of these little dots say it's because it's residential or there's buildings there. For every little dot, well, do I interpret that as a building, or do I interpret it as trees, or what do I interpret that as, other than it's built up? Maybe, okay? So I did use another map that was slightly earlier than that in order to get some of that information. And then this one here shows the area of the prototype. And you can see how much land was green, if you like, or grown on allotments or whatever. And then this was also a good gauge for what that area looked like between the 1400 and the 1800. And it's just working all those things out. We're nearly there, very nearly there. So it's saying there to you, I don't need to speak it out, but action research, practice-led design, really, really important. My PhD was very much more of a collaboration, coming out with a way that mixed disciplines work together in order to achieve something and not just one person trying to do everything. We still try to instill that with our programs. Some get it, some don't. But it's really important that the whole thing, and that, you know, what you were saying earlier and what other people have said, you really do need to work together in order to achieve something that's really good that other people can use. You can't do, I can't do it all on my own, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without students and other help. So yeah. So these are some lovely buildings done by students. So the bottom one is by Cherry, who's now in her third year, but it was a second year client project. As was the top one, which was done by Nikita Sinekio. And all these buildings are up on Sketchfab, Cultural Heritage CEDI Sketchfab. So all the buildings that we're doing, they're individually being put up onto Sketchfab so that they're being accessed across the world. And the buildings that are up there currently, quite a few of them have been downloaded 20, 30 times and added to other people's collections. So what we're doing is going wider, which is really nice. And it's nice that student work and my work is actually being pulled down from various countries. So that's quite nice, and it's good for the students. I don't know if they realise just how good that is. But yeah, so once it's done, you can see the possibles there. Once it's done, obviously I want to go to get funding in order to, but from the Virtual Cities Limited point, linking with the university and other organisations, to go for funding so that we can finish this as 2 complete eras of the city. When that's done, you will have an Unreal file, all the buildings, some of which you can go in and walk around, can be used for backdrops, can be used for storytelling, can be used for tours around the city, can be used for going in as an educational group and having a lecture or some such in VR. So many different possibilities once this has been built. Yeah, you probably think even more, yeah, of the different possibilities than I've mentioned. But as for research and data, you will have a record of significant buildings within Winchester that has that conservation data attached to it, very much like the Notre Dame in Paris when it was burnt, and somebody had done a 3D model of it. A company had got the 3D model of it, and they've been trying to. I think I may have got this wrong, but they've been building it, bearing that model in mind, or using that model to see how it was reconstructed. You know, how it was constructed to reconstruct it. So the 3D models that are being built of all these wonderful places should become part of your X-archiving, should become part of Sketchlab and similar entities that collate all these models. And we are just one little, you know, the work we're doing is just one little part of that, hopefully, so that these buildings can be reused and the information available to anyone who's interested. So that's part of the commercialization aspect of Virtual Cities Limited. And obviously writing the process, and I've heard lots of different processes mentioned, writing down the process as we go through the funding aspect. If we get the funding and go through the bigger thing, hopefully we'll then develop or write a book or whatever form of material for people to follow this process so that they can actually recreate it themselves, because we're very keen that this is, again, not just a one thing that just sits there and gets forgotten, that other people can do this in different cities. Yeah, so why now? Yeah, because we have wonderful little laptops like this that you can actually create this stuff on, all right? One person can actually do this in their little world, joining up with another person in their little world, creating all this different content and then putting it all together. I haven't yet managed, and Sam knows this, I haven't yet managed to share my Unreal file because I need to strip it of quite a lot of materials that come in with the different student models, and so it's bloated, the file. So I now need to strip those out, but I didn't want to do that before today. So once that's done, we can should be able to then share this, and then people should be able to access it to add their own models into it. A conference I went to ages ago, they had a really nice idea of creating part of, I think it was somewhere in America, a Citibank area or something, where they actually put it out to the community to build a building, or if they wanted to. So you would get all these different buildings coming in, which then formed the scene. So that was pretty cool. Whether I could actually do that, I don't know. But it's really important now. Headsets, so much better to use. Metaverse is taking off. The heritage industry itself is taking off, partly because of the interest, just personal interest and organizational interest. But ecotourism, as was mentioned earlier, you know, being able to come and visit and see these things without actually having to get on a plane, is not quite the same experience, but at least you can actually walk around and roam around the city of Winchester, perhaps, but maybe not see everything. Yeah, maybe you've got to keep some of it back, unless you were here, not necessarily walk into everything. And maybe we get a membership model or something. Things are yet to be worked out, but basically we would like people to be able to visit virtually the city of Winchester, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. So this was June 22 progress. This is May 23 progress. A similar-ish scene. You see the map was in use in the previous one. It still is in use in this one. I've just hidden it here. And then we didn't even have the there's 1400 site. Now we've got that in the 1400 site. So you can see they're slightly differently populated with buildings. But the area, and it's not finished by any means, especially this area, there's some buildings missing. But if I take you into Unreal, you can see what I mean. So there is, I'll just show you this bit first. Don't ignore the woman. It's the only thing I could find to make it look people-sized. Okay, so but if I use, let's do this. So if I don't play games, by the way, so this is all new to me. So if I move her along, and when she goes onto that portal, which we can disguise, it then flips through, as I say, a bit of a delay. Quite a bit of a delay. It will come, it will happen, promise. There we go. So you can then, you're then in exactly the same spot in the 1400s, looking slightly differently, admittedly, but you are there. Yeah. So that's what it looked like in 1400. So no Jane Austen house, no long street of anything. It was completely different. So I can go up there. Oh, I've gone back to the 1800. Okay. So as soon as you step over the portal, you can then go back. So I'll close that, and then if I whisk up here, my computer sings a bit, I must say. But at the moment, what we've got is we've got some dubious materials, okay, for some of the buildings. But that is part and parcel of the next stage in making sure that the materials are the correct materials for Hampshire, let alone Winchester, or Winchester, let alone Hampshire, if you see what I mean. The cathedral here is just a paper-thin placeholder, made to look all right, if you like. But you can see that, you know, Dome Alley is there, this building's here. Some of them are done in Revit, some of them are done in Blender. And these ones here were just quickly done in Revit, Autodesk Revit, in order to show us placeholders of buildings. So again, with funding, if it's a particularly historic building or significant building, they'll get replaced with a proper building, and so end up looking much more like these here. Okay, and then let's go in here. You go into Jane Austen's room, and I don't know what's that looking like. Oh. There we go. Is that looking right up there? Yep. So this is, as I say, free. They're actually free models from TurboSquid, placed to what would look like possibly Jane Austen's drawing room, or living room, or whatever, with the paneling and so on. All needs verification, and therefore people like Ryan and Chawton House people and so on could actually verify some of the information. But I have looked through the Chawton information and tried to find what would be there. But yeah, so you can see that Unreal is pretty cool at making things look very nice. And then the lighting in Unreal 5 is really nice. I have an issue with this file still with the materials because it's telling me that I'm running out, hence the scalability high here rather than epic, because it kind of wants to break on me at that point. So once we've tidied the file up, it will be better. But yes, you can see that that is the area there for that. Okay. But here we have the 1400 map. And the landmass, not the far distant landmass, but the landmass around the buildings that we're doing is more or less correct at the moment. But again, that needs checking on the next stage properly. So there you can see that's how it looked in the 1400. And you've got Nunnaminster, as I call it, but it's St Mary's at the back there. just done this semester by one of our students, and Wolsey Castle in the background there, as it would have been in the 1400s. It's not finished. It's a couple of the towers that look really brilliant, which one of the students have done. But yeah, so you can see it's not necessarily a quick task. And if I come down to ground level, I spent personally a fair bit of time. I'm sorry, I won't be much longer, so you can leave. Putting vines, apple trees and crops and stuff in as the monks would have perhaps farmed at the time, and you got your cattle. Somebody said about a cow earlier, about measuring a cow. So then there's pigs here and so on. But it's trying to make it lived in is the next stage, so that people lived there, and so there'll be people and there'll be more of the bits added in. So that you'll be able to walk around there and actually have a feel of other people being there. So yeah, so that's it. Thank you very much. So, any questions? No.
So blending real and imagined spaces.
All right. All right, yeah.
So you could have the Wessex of Alfred and the Wessex of
Yes.
Harvey, and then
Yeah.
how you blend those together. So
Yeah.
literature students and creative writing students,
Yeah.
and you bring the whole lot together. And that's to also develop a citation convention for these types of experiences, so that if somebody's looking at that wall or that shape of that building, that you can actually refer back to the source.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
on. And that's
Yeah.
reflected in people's bibliographers,
Yeah.
so that the academics who are involved are then cited, and it's a two-way process.
Yeah.
It's really important to develop that
Mm.
set of conventions that, in the way that map
Yes.
people.
Yeah.
It took 200 or 300 years for those conventions to be developed. That a certain wavy line means this and this means that.
Yeah.
So to have that palette.
Yes.
That's one thing that can emerge from something like this. So that it can lead to a national historic building inventory, URI, so that you can actually begin, you have
Correct.
that as a full repository. And to work with existing digital repositories to how to store this type of information, and all the links, so that it's all preserved in one as a wrapper.
Yeah, I'm very keen on that. Mm.
And then to unlock material that's held in archives, especially blueprints and
Yeah.
building schematics, which are the most popular, and that's their main source of income is planning. So a planner, somebody wants to build something,
Yeah.
they go to the archive or local record office and they say, can you pull up this? They charge for that service.
Yeah.
So there's a way of
Doing that here.
such a way that you
Yeah,
really
cool.
charge. But it's to develop the conventions in such a way that you can build up a patchwork. So if you wanted to link Winchester and Bath with another city, you can begin, and then it becomes a patchwork quilt.
Yeah.
Eventually, but one that's always traceable back to the source object.
Yep.
And the scholarship that's gone in, and whether you can differentiate between information with a 90% chance of certainty because of that, or is it just best guess, is it conjecture? And then be able to also show in one of these whether there's a dispute between scholars.
Okay,
So
yeah.
you can say,
It's quite cool, yeah.
Scholar A thinks that this type of thing means this, but actually this is disputed in the same way you can do that with journal, with somebody writing.
Really
a book,
cool.
And then you have all the reviews and journal articles that follow and counter arguments.
I like
for
that.
and against.
I like
And
that.
That's visually represented.
Yeah.
And that's a sustainable, agreed, internationally agreed palette.
Very good. I definitely, so the heritage building information model data is for the buildings in that sense, but all the research will be added to as a data field in this, hopefully, with some programming, because you can do blueprints in Unreal, and I think you can add that kind of data information using blueprints. I've not done it yet. It's something to learn, but yes.
And then you get the whole issue with paywalls and you know, if you wanted to link back to a sought article and it's actually now being, you have to pay for it because it's behind an Ellsworth paywall, and you get all those sorts of issues, how much is open, how much is closed, how much is in the public and private domain, and it's the same issue you get with other types of less sophisticated digital information. The connectivity is not necessarily straightforward.
Okay, that sounds very good. Sounds very good to think about adding, doesn't it? Seeing John nodding his head. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions?
So I was, as you were showing sort of, maybe you just have to say, but I don't expect how to FBX, but it's that maybe to embed that big information into those.
If it's a Revit model, yeah, this has been a bit of a problem. So once the Revit model, if the Revit model itself is saved out as an FBX, it should retain some of that metadata. It doesn't seem to retain all of it. But there will be a way of programming in to include that, I think, okay? Because what my process is currently is Revit, for me, Revit, 3D Max, Unreal. And that's because if you take Revit, as I showed the students the other day, in fact, this building proves it. Is it that building? No, it's in the other level. When you take a building from Revit directly into, or even Blender, directly into Unreal, Revit, it's basic wall number, basic wall number, basic wall. So you can have lots and lots of basic walls with a unique number, okay? You haven't got a clue as to what wall that is if you wanted to do something to it in Unreal. So there's a renaming convention that goes on in 3D Max of all the parts, all the walls, windows, blah. And sometimes the windows don't even go in particularly well, so that the blocks, the glazing becomes obscured, you can't see through it, sometimes you have to delete it. Even if you apply a proper glass material, it doesn't seem to want to work because it's double paned. And also you're trying to also eradicate some of the duplicate faces, if you see what I mean. So I never use a wall, say with, in Revit, they're all built, they're all proper walls. So when you draw a wall, it's got insulation, air gap, and all this kind of stuff. So you need to build a wall or create a wall style that is just stone, so it's just 4 faces to create the wall. So it's all that kind of stuff, right? But then, of course, if you then take out the fact that it's got air and all those things, you need to then put in the data for this new wall that you've created. The fact that it's going to be, I don't know, stone and flint, or flint and brick, or whatever. So you need to add that information in. So that all goes into, that all happens in 3D Max, and Revit and 3D Max, that's fine. But when it's exported out as an FBX again, some of that information is lost. And when you bring it into Unreal, again, that information is lost. So I need to actually discover whether you can actually just build all that information in Unreal and not worry too much, but you've got a record of it in the original building. So again, the building that, the building that goes into Unreal is going to be a different building, the same building, but different building than the one that goes up to Sketchfab, because sometimes the textures and things just go like this, you know, so it could look beautiful in 3D Max, and you put it up to Sketchfab and it's, it doesn't look nice at all. Or if you take it into Unreal, it then doesn't look very nice. So there's the systems themselves don't seem to work the same for every piece of software. And so there seems, even though FBX is a standard generic format, actually the way it's treated going into other software is not the same, if that makes sense. Yeah. So it's a learning curve, always, but there's fun in that.
You said roughly right.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you using LiDAR information?
Yeah, there's a LiDAR map underneath this. but the lands, I've got to redo it, not the LiDAR one, but the landmass because, so we've got these down here, and then we've got the sort of like, if I put that on, no, I've hidden it, so I can't see it. So that's just the map, and then you've got this information that was a GIS export from LiDAR information or similar, yeah? So we've got the contours in there, but this part of Winchester, there's mostly just a slope going up. This area, there is still a slope, but obviously with the buildings. So in order to put the building in and not the building sitting into a slope, I've had to flatten underneath the building. So you know, if you built a building, you'd have to put a pad in, wouldn't you? You'd have to build a platform for the building to be on, concrete base or whatever it was. Wouldn't be concrete in the 1400s, would it? But you know what I'm saying, yeah? So you'd have, so the floor is, you're not going to have a floor like that in your house, are you? It's going to be like that. So it needs to be cut. So the land then either side of that cut, what do you do with it? Do you bring it all down, or do you bring it up, or how do you shape it around the house? Do you see what I'm saying? Did that? Yeah? Because otherwise it comes up around the windows, maybe? So I don't know if that.
I suppose it depends, I guess, the resolution of the zoning. Looking at violations there on the.
Where?
If you're lucky enough to live in an area that's liable to flooding,
yes,
you can get really good environment agency data that has about 50 centimetre resolution.
Yes.
You might find that's probably less of an issue with, you know, sort of cutting into your buildings because the terrain is at such a macro scale.
Yeah, if I go to, let's go to front view, and you can see that the terrain is there. Yeah, there's, and it's the wrong side, presumably. Go to the back, it's in shadow, of course. So there is some different heights there. And you can see it's gradually going up from the cathedral, but even more so back there. Okay, so it's just, at the moment, because that information is now, do you know what I mean? That that landmass information that you were going to go and grab is now, where it's slightly different back then. Yeah, in the 1400s, it would have been slightly different with, I don't know, I'm not a geologist or whatever, but maybe some erosion or whatever, and silting or I don't know, but it's going to be different. So does anyone know if you can get 1400 LiDAR information? But yeah, so it's stuff I still need to look at, but that will come, because this is just a prototype. So when we come, and a way of working out how we can do this and the process of doing so. Okay, so then if I'm successful with funding to take this to the full city, we will have it so that there's more people on board with expert knowledge about some of these areas that myself and students aren't so expert at. If that makes sense, yeah. Sorry, I'm keeping you, so yeah, are you okay? Any other questions? Yes.
Just got a comment about the way the city sort of ebbs and flows in terms of its geology and landscape. The bit of street on High Street that goes up to the West Gate has a man-made dip, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that would be fantastic to see from 1400 to 1800 how much that dip sort of increases.
Yeah.
Between those years.
Yeah.
Because
this. Yeah, because this is this the where am I? 1400, aren't I? So in the 1400, of course, you've got the ditch for the castle wall, coming down from the castle. So you've got this ditch. So I don't know actually how deep that ditch is. Okay, so I've literally guessed to give it some, looking at the pictures that I've got to go by, I've guessed at the depth of that ditch. I've got the width, but I haven't got the depth. Yeah. So it's this information that is needed in order to make it real. Yeah. So that only goes to that down to is it Kingsgate down there? Down to there. And then of course it's not on the other side. It's been filled in on the other side. And then it appears again further down. So on the map anyway. So yeah.
Piece of work with Kew or
Sorry?
National Garden Museum or Kew.
Yeah.
Data sets of people who are experts on historic plants.
Yeah, because for Bewley Abbey and Hyde Abbey, I want to do the the medical garden, if you like, medicine garden, and putting all the garden plant, all the plants in, the herbs in, and doing all of that. So that's what would be needed. Yeah. So.
It'd be very popular that people on companies.
Right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. But building these places and making stories happen, so that people can explore whatever age is really good. So much like your work, their work, Qatar and so on.
I always think that what's really the valuable thing is looking beyond this and say the value is in putting the people together who we are.
Yes.
And once the people who are an engineer get put together with an ecologist or an expert on
exactly right.
Is put together with a TV filmmaker, and then you get completely new knowledge that you have not anticipated happens.
Yeah.
And also new products happen that you never could have anticipated.
Yeah.
And that comes from building friendships between people. And it's what this is a friendship building engine. Yeah,
it is. And again, the PhD was very much a case of bringing all of those people together at the beginning, and also a visitor or visitors as part of it, so that all the way through everyone has a part to play in this.
And it's archiving the whole process and wrapping the whole lot up, making it sustainable, transferable, replicable.
Yeah.
Is the key to it. The more you do it, the cheaper it gets, the easier it gets. The more marriage.
Perfect. Yeah.
As a result of the things, the more friendship.
And it's a consistent collaboration as well, so that people know what it's about, and therefore they've not got a learning curve every time they start a project. So
it's a collaboration multiplier.
Yeah, yeah. So I know you know this, don't you, Campbell? Really, it's a team that's important at the end of the day, and the skills that you bring together and how they work as a team. That's the most important thing of all. Yeah. So and that common language that somebody, was it you said earlier? Somebody said earlier. There's a common language as well. I'm keeping you, and there's wine out there. But have you got anything else? No, you're all right. Oh, thank you, Campbell. Oh, thank you very much. Well, just very grateful to you turning up and coming along and giving me such wonderful talks. So there's been such a breadth of different things, but all with the same vein. So it's been really good. So hopefully next year we can do something bigger, more prep to it. Well, it's not so much the prep as the marketing and getting it out there. So.
But in the meantime, come to the conference of Kings.
I will be there. I will be there. Yeah. Thank you.